Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Tailosive Tech live on YouTube. The time has officially come. It is iPhone 16 day. We are at T-minus less than 1 hour until the event officially begins. Sorry for being a couple minutes late there. There was some last second technical know-how that Randy's going to have to help me out with later. But anywho, there's been more last-minute leaks and rumors literally after I posted the final leaks video. And a lot of it is actually pretty exciting, at least if Mark Gurman is feeling as confident as he has been in the past. Then there actually may be some pretty substantial updates today that a lot of people were not anticipating. Like the biggest one, in my opinion, to get pumped for. This is the final hour, so if we're wrong, we're going to be proven wrong shortly. But Mark Gurman literally came forward and just said, AirPods Max, they're getting refreshed today. I hope he's right. He better be freaking right, because in my opinion, that could be easily one of the more exciting things of the day, because for a long time, there have been reports saying it's not going to happen. Thank you, by the way, to all the channel members supporting. RT Ricky says, my 7th iPhone day as a Tailosive sub. Thank you so much for the support. Liam 2.0 says, nice lighting. Thank you very much. As does Chris for saying, good morning. Good morning, Cupertino. I'm excited for AirPods Max, even if it's literally just a switch to Type-C, because that was pretty much my biggest issue with them. Michael Lazito says, I won't be upgrading the phone, just my Apple Watch. Oh, that's another piece of information. It could be looked at it as exciting or disappointing, depending on where you fall on the spectrum. But for me, at least, Gurman is saying that there won't be an Apple Watch Ultra 3. It's literally just going to be the same Apple Watch Ultra as last year, but now in a new black titanium finish. I mean, we've wanted the black titanium for a while, so I guess I'm thankful for that. But the bigger issue I have with there not being an Ultra 3 is there's been talk about the Apple Watch Series 10. Are they going to call it? Are they going to spell it with an X and say 10? Or are they just going to write the number 10? I don't know. But I personally predict they will just write it out 10, because there's a lot of negative association with the letter X now for some reason. I don't know. A little bird told me about it. Anywho, there's supposed to be some health features added to the Apple Watch 10, potentially for detecting sleep apnea, which I definitely have. So I'm not sure if I should buy an Apple Watch just to tell me something I already know. But oh, Penn, by the way, thank you, says, hello there. I mean, good morning. Good to see everybody in the chat. Wow. Again, apologize for being late. I might as well just tell you guys the truth about why I was late, because it's kind of tech related anyway. But Brandon Ethan, thank you for 4 months of support. He says, what are you most looking forward to? Not so much the Apple Intelligence features, which unfortunately Mark Gurman has told us that will be a big focus today, is going to be the A18 chip and how it affects Apple Intelligence. Yeah, nothing so far they've showcased with Apple Intelligence has gotten me excited, even though I know that's like the big thing of the year. For a while there, we had 5G. I guess on the bright side of things, I should preface that Apple Intelligence, as overhyped as it is, in my opinion, is still technically more exciting than 5G, which a few years ago, that was all Apple wanted to talk about. Remember the whole iPhone 12 event back in 2020 that was just 5G, 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 5G. All that really translated to was our phones ran hotter and we got slightly faster cellular speeds. They really were not that much better than the LTE speeds we had before, at least where I live. Could be different where you live, but at least for a large chunk of the country, Marquez agrees with me on this. The 5G really resulted in like maybe twice the speed of LTE, not the 10 or 100 times faster that everybody was advertising it to be. So I think 5G was overhyped and overrated. Apple Intelligence I also think is overrated and overhyped, but at least it's more oriented towards quality of life upgrades. Like, okay, a digital assistant that kind of understands what you're saying. I just nothing they've demoed I see myself using, like, ever. Like, I'm never going to use image playgrounds. I'm never going to use proofread. I just... Whoa, Chris, what the heck? Some cash for new phone. Hello. That is far too kind, Chris. And I've already added your name permanently to the outro credits. So I'm getting weird kinds of pop-ups because. All right, you want a spoiler alert on why I was late? You want to? I'm live right now, but it's very rare that I'm able to live stream myself holding up my MacBook Pro, which is closed and nothing is plugged in. There's your sneak peek. Anyway, thank you very much for the donation, Chris Norton. It's far too generous and completely unnecessary. So, Simply Sora, thank you for 26 months of support. Good morning! And Haru, thank you for 19 months of support, saying hi there. Nicholas Linthicum says, would hope the Apple Watch gets some AI features, at least the smarter series. Okay, I was thinking about this on the drive home in case you missed my leak recap video. Hey, Caleb, 19 months of support. Thank you guys so much. Brandon Ethan, I still haven't answered your question. There's so many people in the chat. Wow, it's kind of overwhelming how many of you there are. Okay, where do I begin? The AI features, yeah, they're not what I'm pumped for. But I was thinking about this on the drive home from New Mexico. Basically, I got home at like midnight last night. I drove for the past 2 days. And I was thinking about the fact that there are many features that don't even touch ChatGPT, right? They're just talking about Apple's large language models. They're just talking about Apple Intelligence, that they claim they've developed this really intricate, encrypted, end-to-end, super private, super secure cloud that is able to run these larger language models. If something can't be done locally on the phone, it can ask Apple Intelligence off the cloud for help, because it can run larger language models, I guess, than what your iPhone can do. And the confusing thing about that to me is I was like, well, wait a second. You spend... Audio sounds different. Is it okay? Tell me if you can hear me okay. I am using an external microphone, but I hope it functions. Anyway, like, if there's a way for Apple to develop a super secure, super private, but effective intelligence large language model that's cloud-based, why the heck is Apple Intelligence only available on the iPhone 15 Pro and not the regular 15? Shouldn't be available on older iPhones just through the cloud, and you could just say that it requires a certain bandwidth maybe to work properly? I mean, all these other apps that we're using, like Gemini, the audio sounds great. Okay, thank you. Appreciate the feedback. Is a bit muddied and sounds like it's on the verge of peaking. I do believe it's on the verge of peaking. I lowered the volume a little bit just to prevent the peaking, but yeah, I've got the sound levels here. Audio is audible. I can hear you clear. The rain is falling. That's good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All these other AIs we're using, like Gemini or ChatGPT that we're using through other apps, they're not running locally because you can run ChatGPT on very old hardware because it's all cloud-based. So I'm like, if Apple has a way to develop a super secure and private cloud-based large language model, why the heck isn't it available for basically any Apple device? And you could just say, this is a web-based version which can do certain things. And then, I mean, Siri is already extremely web-based. There's a few things in more recent years that let Siri work offline, but there's a huge chunk of Siri functionality that is still based around, do you have an internet connection? Like, this only works if you can connect to the internet. Now people are saying too low. Okay. Audio too low. I'm raising it back up. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not peaking. My voice is hovering right around in the yellow zone. I'm trying to keep it from hitting the red, but it's all about money. Yeah, that's why. But it does make me question. That all ties back to Nicholas's question earlier as to why I'm like, why can't the Apple Watch access the latest Siri? If it could just pull it off the phone or it could pull it from the cloud, just do that, right? Glad the M1 iPad Pro is getting the AI features. That's probably one of the better ways to get access to it. I guess if you don't have an M series Mac, but I only have the beta on my iMac Pro, which I'm actually using to live stream right now. Yes, I'm seeing more bokeh in the background than normal, but I could be imagining that. I am on continuity camera, so this is my 15 Pro. I'm sorry if it's not been cleaned. I was kind of scrambling at the last second there, but a good comparison would be Microsoft Copilot. They require specific hardware to work. I just think that there's a lot of features that, let's say, couldn't work locally on older hardware, but I think there's also, they've bunched together a plethora of features for Apple Intelligence that they claim requires the latest and greatest silicon. When in reality, I think like half of those features require that silicon, and the other half, they're just gatekeeping. That would be my personal prediction. Maybe Apple will introduce AI on the Apple Watch Series 10. They could, but it really would go against everything they're kind of advocating in favor of. Like, in order for these large language models to work, you need a certain amount of RAM and a certain amount of silicon, and I just do not believe they're going to put that amount of power. You're telling me that whatever chip they put in the Series 10, that's going to be faster and more capable than the chip they put in the iPhone 15? They say the iPhone 15, which is still being sold to this day for, $800, $900, easily over $1,000 if you up the storage. They're saying that chip, the A17, whatever, the A16 chip, isn't as capable as the W9 chip or the W10 chip, whatever they ship in the Apple Watch. I've completely fallen off the memory of the silicon names. Doesn't make sense to gatekeep a feature they really want broad use of. I agree. That's why I'm even more confused. I was like, shouldn't this be a selling point for all Apple hardware, not just the latest ones? I don't know. Maybe they know more than we do. But what iPhones do you think they could easily turn on-device Apple Intelligence with no compromise? The 15 Pro, because they said it can. So that one's easy. No, I believe that there are a handful of features with Apple Intelligence that probably wouldn't run very well or very reliably, even on the iPhone 15. I just think they're bunching in a bunch of other features, like the one Randy really cares about is the Type to Siri. It's not just the same as the accessibility feature on older iPhones where you can just hold down the side button and then type to it, because he said that with Apple Intelligence, there's more of it's a different animation. There's more predictive text that arises. The answers are more thorough when you have Apple Intelligence. And I don't think all of those things are necessarily requiring the biggest of language models. I also don't think Image Playgrounds needs to be run locally. I think that could easily be done on the cloud. And it's generating like random AI imagery. So it doesn't have to have access to your photo library, which is why I don't think offloading it to the cloud would be that bad. It wouldn't be damaging anything because it's literally just one unique, rare, anonymous prompt, generate an image of this. Like every AI image generator out there is cloud-based already, but suddenly Apple's like, no, we need to run Image Playgrounds locally, and because we can't do that on the A16 chip, therefore we're not bringing any other Apple Intelligence feature. I don't think proofread is honestly that complex. I could be totally wrong, but again, if it can't run on the A16 chip, I think it could totally be done on the cloud in a way that's secure and private, but I think Apple cares about privacy when it's convenient to them. Image Playgrounds needs the cloud, which is why I'm even more confused as to why it's not coming to older iPhones. Not that I care, because I think it's kind of a stupid feature, but 14 Pro and 15 I'm sure can run it just fine. I don't understand why it can't. Maybe they're right, but they're not doing a great job explaining it. And there's been times in the past where they've claimed that a feature requires the latest hardware and then gone back. The biggest example I could think of in recent history was Stage Manager. Originally, they claimed in order for Stage Manager to run on the iPad, you needed an M1 chip. And people were very annoyed and very upset about that. And I even made videos about it running on, not Stage Manager, but I had my 2018 iPad Pro, and I was switching between different apps, and they were all responding and queuing up like they didn't have to relaunch very quickly. And I was like, look, this iPad has 4 gigs of RAM, and I can easily switch between multiple apps, and I can have one app in slide over and split screen. And I'm like, look, I'm switching between all 3 of these. We know this is possible. They're just choosing not to add it. And then a month later, after DubDub, they actually backtracked and said, guess what? Actually, you can run Stage Manager on the A12X chip. So after that happened, I kind of felt like validated or vindicated, whatever you want to call it. I was like, okay, so you're telling me if I call you out enough, there's a chance you might go, actually, yeah, you can do that on an older product, but we just wanted to motivate people to upgrade. Um, yeah, I do agree Apple can probably run it on older phones. I just don't know if the Pixel 8 Pro is a huge piece of evidence in either direction. Maybe if Pixel 8a can run it, that would be telling. Oh, you're talking pixels? I don't think the speed of the chips was really the issue. I think stuff like the coprocessor and the RAM. Yeah, I'm sure there's certain features that are more RAM dependent. I just don't believe all of them are. I don't believe every single Apple Intelligence feature requires 8 gigs of RAM. Maybe half of them do, but a lot of it I think could just be cloud based, in which case you could do it on pretty much anything. Um, Personal context in iOS is going to be like Microsoft Recall. Is the feature going to be recalled? I don't know. What year do you think they will go with a foldable? I don't know. I feel like there's still talk that they're toying around with it. I hope next year, but more realistically, probably 2 years from now. Again, I don't think foldables are super useful or very practical, but I think Apple is running out of features to get people excited for iPhones, and they might just do a foldable for the sake of we need to keep the iPhone relevant in some way, and we need to keep people talking about it. Especially this year, there's going to be a lot of, it's the same as last year, just with a little more this, or it's the same as last year, just with a slightly different this. So to finally answer that much, much earlier question from Brandon, asking what I'm most looking forward to, AirPods Max would be great, but on more the iPhone side of things, because I think that is the star of the show, I'm not completely uninterested in everything going on with the iPhone lineup. I'm very curious about the price because we're now getting conflicting reports. And I think Mark Gurman, especially at the last second, is usually more accurate. And Mark Gurman is saying that they are still going to hold on to the $999 price for the entry-level 16 Pro. If that means keeping around the 128 gig option, I'm not sure if it's a win anymore, but I guess some people who don't care as much about storage might be happy that there's still going to be a $1,000 16 Pro, and that means there may not necessarily be a price hike this year, which would be cool because of all the inflation and the fact that if you factor in what $1,000 was worth a few years ago versus today, the price has arguably not stayed the same, but actually gone down. I'm actually most curious as far as the iPhone 16 lineup is going. You know, we know quite a bit about the screen sizes and the screen refresh rates not really changing, but the screens are getting bigger on the Pros, which I'm not super pumped about. But the capture button has got to be the most interesting thing. The fact that Mark Gurman even yesterday is now saying that the capture button is coming to the regular 16s and the 16 Pros. I'm a little bit nervous about them, to be honest. I think that if done incorrectly, Aiden Thompson, thank you for the super chat. Very kind of you and unnecessary. You're far too generous. The way it is implemented could affect whether or not I want to keep using an iPhone, because the fact that it's not a pro feature, the fact that it's something that they plan on bringing to the entry-level iPhones as well, and we've got our action buttons now, so no more ringer switch, it might get annoying fairly quickly. It might get to the point where it's like, okay, there's 3 buttons on one side and 2 buttons on the other side of my phone, and the capture button is kind of in a position where my hand would naturally click on it or press it down, which is why I'm hoping that's why it's capacitive, is so that when you're not in the camera app, the button does nothing. It's completely flush. It doesn't protrude, so you don't feel it when you're using it. But then when you open the camera, that's when it starts functioning, and you can zoom in, zoom out, or hold it down to focus. I want to see how the software takes advantage of that hardware, because the hardware leaks have been pretty abundantly clear that it's a solid state button, it's not a physical clicking button, and then it has something to do with the camera. But Apple usually surprises us during events like today's with the software implementation. Like the most recent example of that was the 14 Pro. All throughout the year, the leaks and the rumors about the camera hole, like the removal of the notch in favor of this eye hole, I called it, where you have this oval cutout with a circle next to it. We were like, why is it a 2-hole cutout? That's weird. That's so bizarre. Why would they do that? And then once the event actually happened, we see Dynamic Island, and we realized, oh, the software implementation was actually way smarter than we all thought. And it's actually now a feature, like the fact that hole cutout was way more different than we initially expected, and that it was not just the removal of the notch in favor of having two holes at the top. It was like, no, there was a really intentional, very well thought out software implementation. And because of that, I was impressed. I was like, okay, the leaks were right technically all year, but Apple still found a way to surprise us. That's kind of how I push back against a lot of people out there that have the mentality that no, channels shouldn't talk about leaks. We shouldn't talk about rumors because they ruin the event. Because now I know everything that's going to happen, and I want Apple to surprise me when the event actually takes place. To which I always say, you can just not watch the rumor videos. It's fairly simple to just not watch leak content. If you don't want to get spoiled, then only follow channels that don't cover leaks and stay off, I guess, leak culture. Don't follow accounts that are going to talk about leaks. You can do that if you want, but in my opinion, the leaks and the rumors throughout the year don't necessarily take away, because a lot of the leaks end up being wrong, and simultaneously, some of the leaks can be right and yet still miss out on the implementation, which I think the Dynamic Island was kind of like the peak example of that. It was like, yeah, the rumors were true, the hardware leaks were accurate, but no one really saw the software coming. And I think the capture button could be another situation exactly like that, where yes, there is a capture button, but the way that it enhances the photo or video experience on the iPhone could be in a way that we never anticipated. The software implementation could be way more interesting or way more creative than we thought. So as far as what I'm most excited for at this event, which I've seen multiple people ask, there's Safu asking again, how the capture button works, the software implementation, how it functions, and also AirPods Max. Jeez, you guys are super chatting way too much. I can't keep up. Way too much, Drew. Okay, and Dylan as well. Dylan Hoyt super chatted $10. He said, "Love your work. Keep it up. If and when do you think Apple will be their own cell provider? And if so, would you switch?" It would be entirely dependent on the pricing and the offerings. Right now, Mint Mobile is pretty hard to beat. I use Wi-Fi a lot, but I also just did a 4,000-mile road trip, and Mint Mobile was fine. There was a few spots where I didn't have great service, but it was also in the middle of nowhere, so I have no idea if Verizon would have been better in that situation. It's hard to tell. But I don't think Apple will do their own cell provider because they make too much money by partnering with the existing cell service provider. So at least if Apple does try to get into cellular service, I don't think it will be under Tim Cook. It would be under new leadership. But I think there's a lot of backdoor deals and partnerships that go on between Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, where they give Apple a bunch of money and Apple gives them discounts on phones. So they've been working together and very closely. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, those two. So I don't see Apple wanting to stomp it out or compete with it anytime soon. They probably get antitrust accusations as well, like Apple's trying to have a monopoly. Because there's a good chance that if Apple made their own cell service provider, they could probably undercut everybody else and rope it in so that it's cheaper, of course, when you buy through Apple and when you have an iPhone. And it'd probably be an iPhone exclusive type thing. And then people would say, no one can compete with that. You're trying to drive AT&T and Verizon out of business. The original phone provider in general was AT&T. The only reason we have all these other carriers is because AT&T was accused and proven to be a monopoly, so they were forced to be broken up. Anyway, long story. Jay Patrick says, unlikely it'll be anytime soon. If Apple becomes a provider, it's happening in the far future. I don't know. It's totally up to, I think, whoever takes over after Tim. And Tim Cook's kind of getting up there. I'm not saying he's retiring tomorrow, but he is getting near that retirement age. He's been at the company for a long time. I'm sure it's a lot of work and a lot of time. And there's been a lot of people at Apple in the last few years that haven't necessarily retired, but they've stepped down from their role and then have taken over some smaller role so that they don't have to work as much, like Phil Schiller or Johnny Ive. There's a couple others I can't remember the name of that retired or stepped down recently, but I wouldn't be shocked if Tim Cook became an Apple fellow within the next 5 to 10 years or something like that. Jay Patrick, too much super chat. Oh no, wait, I missed Drew Shoto's super chat. Good morning, Drew. I've been gone for a minute, but looking forward to watching your content again. I will be pre-ordering the 16 Pro Max, upgrading from 15 Pro Max for Christmas. I love your content. My goodness. I don't think there's anything wrong with the 15 Pro Max, but you're already upgrading again. Boy, I wish I had your kind of money. I guess now I do. Thank you, Drew. Lovely first name, by the way. J. Patrick Landley says, I'm glad the Vision Pro's design wasn't leaked because it was a nice surprise rise to see it. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of leaks that ended up being correct leading up to it. But yeah, anytime there's a design unveil that we don't anticipate, that is exciting. But what I'm trying to tell you today is that, like, iPhone 16 design, I don't think would have been a big surprise. It's still just another version of an iPhone with slight changes. But if it's a brand new product category like Vision Pro, obviously that's more exciting. Or there was no leaks. There was not really any very accurate leaked designs of AirPods Max, in my opinion. I mean, obviously they're over-ear, so they're pretty easy for people to guess. Oh, they had cups and they had a headband, but the digital crown thing and the mesh fabric on the top, that was kind of a surprise, and it kind of dropped suddenly. It was a site refresh, so I'm hoping AirPods Max actually get some stage time today. That would be great. Haru, thank you for the super chat. He just says hyped. I'm glad everybody's feeling hyped. 89 Tech says, good morning, Apple sheeps of the world. I've not been following the rumors a lot this year, so I'm looking forward to be surprised. Oh shoot, I've been dropping rumors left and right. I should be quiet. Will Apple come out with the new iPad mini, or they're going to stick with the same old one? The latest report from Mark Gurman has said that the iPad mini 7 is coming at the Mac event, which won't be until next month or potentially November. They're going to have an M4 event where they add the M4 chip to the iMac, and they unveil a new redesigned smaller Mac mini, and they add an M4 Pro and M4 Max to the MacBook Pros, and they even have an M4 iMac in the works. That's what the reports are saying. So probably no iPads today, but we could be wrong. You know, the iPad mini 6 came out at an iPhone event 3 years ago. I actually remember watching it because it was the last time I attempted to show the Apple event on screen with me, and Apple took down the live stream. So if you're wondering why I don't show the event on screen alongside my reaction, that's why, because Apple literally shut down the stream and I had to restart it and everything. It was a big mess. Hey, there's Model Y, Mike. I don't think there's anything wrong with the 15 Pro Max, Tailosive. That's true. I think there's probably a lot of people that could keep their 14 Pro Max going or their 13 Pro Max. I think an iPad mini 7 is coming, but it's not a very exciting upgrade, in my opinion. Like, everybody, I see comments and people in the chat all the time saying, you know, iPad mini refreshed. Oh, that would be great. I hope they refresh the iPad mini. And I'm like, what do you want in the refresh? Most of the time, it's 120 hertz, or I want like OLED, or I want like a Pro feature. And I'm like, yeah, that's not what's happening. iPad mini 7, I mean, I love the iPad mini, don't get me wrong, but the 7th gen is most likely just going to be a newer chip and Apple Pencil Pro support. So it's like, great. Another iPad that now no longer works with your $130 pencil. Congrats. I don't know. It's not that exciting in my opinion. I would be excited and pumped if the iPad mini 7 was getting ProMotion or OLED or something like that. But that's not what's rumored to happen. So I wouldn't be too pumped about just a chip upgrade because the iPad mini is great as it is. I still love the 6th generation. Both Mike and Randy have one, and I got to use it over the I got to see both of them in the last week, and both them and their iPad minis, and it's just such a great form factor. I think it's the perfect form factor to encompass what iPad OS stands for. It's portable, it's convenient, and there's not a need, in my opinion, for just a faster chip. It's like, I guess they wanted to run Apple Intelligence, so that's the only reason to really upgrade the chip, not because it's going to edit videos much faster or anything. Marngel, thank you for 37 months of support. He said, Mark Gurman said the same thing about iPad mini 6 in 2021 and came out on the iPhone of that year. Hopefully he's wrong. He could be wrong. There's a chance. I'm just saying, if there is a big Mac event they're preparing for later this year, it would make a lot of sense to refresh the iPads then as well, in my opinion. Randy also agrees. It's my favorite. It's the perfect household iPad. iPad mini really needs 120 hertz. I agree. Why hasn't Apple brought Face ID to the lower tier iPads yet when it's available throughout the entire iPhone lineup? I think because with the iPhone lineup, they're okay with Face ID being more of a standard feature because there's other things that the iPhone does that can differentiate it from the Pros. There's a lot more camera features baked into iPhone, so they're like, okay, we'll reserve some camera features for the Pros. That helps differentiate them. Also, the Pros have, titanium versus the regular iPhones having aluminum. But they don't really want to go that route with the iPad lineup. They pretty much all have similar camera specs. They're pretty much all made of aluminum. In fact, the cheaper ones have more color options, which is why a lot of people probably prefer those. So when there's less overall features to differentiate, I think if they added ProMotion to the non-Pro iPads, there would suddenly be very, very little reason to go with the Pros. I guess they have OLED now. I guess the Pros are a bit thinner. I hope they add ProMotion to them, but maybe they'll call them something else. Ross Young has been saying for a while now that not this year, but next year on the iPhone 17 lineup, 120 hertz is going to be standard across the board. But personally, I have a hard time believing that they're going to call it ProMotion on a non-Pro iPhone. And I wouldn't be surprised if they found a way to screw over everybody. And this is a theory that's entered my head. I think I've mentioned it either on the podcast or on a live stream. At some point, I think I mentioned it publicly. But I could see Apple next year with the iPhone 17, the non-Pros. They give them LTPO panels that can go up to 120 hertz because that's what Ross Young is saying. He's been relatively accurate over the years. And they still lock it to 60 hertz for average everyday usage of the home screen and, just like scrolling and checking your email, checking text. It's still 60 hertz. But then when you activate game mode, then it unlocks 120 hertz. So it's specifically when you're gaming that it does 120. And because it's an LTPO, they could add the always-on display to the non-Pros. But you have to turn on game mode in order to truly get 120 hertz. And then on the Pros, they can still call that ProMotion because it's 120 when you're scrolling and moving around the home screen or checking email or text or scrolling through social media. That's when it's 120. Martinez says, they're not that evil. I don't know. This is Apple. This is Apple we're talking about. I will say, though, that ProMotion does not just equal 120 hertz. I think that's a misconception a lot of people have. A lot of cheap Android phones that people say, look, this $400 Android phone has 120 hertz. Why can't Apple add it to their $800 phone? And I'm like, okay, those cheap $400 Android phones, they are not LTPO panels. They are locked in at either 60 or 120. They don't dynamically change all that much. And that's worse for battery life. The reason Apple calls it ProMotion, both on the iPad Pro and on the iPhone Pros, is that they will dynamically change. They'll go up to 120 when the screen is moving, but then they can go down to like 1 or 10 hertz when the screen is static. And the cheap $400 Android phones that have 120 hertz are not doing that. They're either constantly running at 60 or constantly running at 120 or a switch between just those two refresh rates. And that results in worse battery life. So the LTPO panels help alleviate that worse battery life by dynamically shifting the refresh rate between all kinds of different numbers so that even though when there's motion it's 120, when there's not motion, the refresh rate drops down, makes the battery life stay steady. And I think there's a decent argument to be made even this year, because I hate to break it to you, but the regular iPhone 16 and 16 Plus are probably still going to be capped at 60 hertz. But even if they did add the cheap 120 hertz displays that the Android phones are using, if they turned on 120 out the box on those phones, they would get objectively worse battery life because the refresh rate doesn't change to go down low whenever the screen is static. So if those phones are meant to be for the everyday consumer who obviously doesn't care that much about 120 hertz, I think battery life is far more important. So even if they did ship them with 120, it would probably be off by default, and you'd have to go into settings to turn it on. I'm just trying to tell you what their logic may be there. The tech community cares way more about it, I think, than the average everyday consumer. But I just always see people say, like, it doesn't matter if people notice it or not. All that matters is that it should have it. It doesn't matter if the consumer cares about it. All that matters is that it should have it at that price point. who cares if the end consumer notices or not? They should put it in, because there's cheap Android phones that are $400 that have 120. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not an LTPO panel. So if you're trying to make the argument that a 120 hertz panel is not that expensive, technically, yes, that's correct, but putting in that panel would objectively ruin the battery life. And I don't think that the everyday consumer would want that. They would rather have the display that works the same way their last phone works, but has better battery life than before. Anyway, the Desert Lad, thank you for super chatting. Upgraded to the betas on my MacBook and 13 mini. iPhone mirroring is the #1 feature I wanted, not upgrading my mini until a replacement mini exists. I'm totally there with you. I wish the mini had a USB-C port, because that's really all I needed in that phone. Otherwise, it was a perfect phone. Very unnecessary super chat, but I've tried the iPhone mirroring feature. Not on this Mac, but the disappointing thing about it to me is there was one specific use case in which I really, really wanted to use iPhone mirroring on the Mac. And that's in a situation like right now, actually, because when I'm a content creator, I'm live streaming or I'm recording videos and stuff, and I'm using my phone via continuity camera like I am right now. As you can see, this is not a webcam. This is actually got some autofocus capability and everything. Using the great camera on my iPhone, the only downside is it ties up my phone. And now there's photos or videos or social media apps that are not available on the Mac or whatever that I would like to be able to access in a situation like right now, where I'd love to be able to use my phone as it is being used as a continuity camera. And unfortunately, that does not work. What I've discovered through the betas is that when your iPhone is being used as a continuity camera, you cannot use the iPhone mirroring feature, which in my opinion would be super helpful and super useful, and I would use that all the time. I would basically just leave my phone up here as a webcam for my live streams and for recording videos or doing podcasts or doing, I do video calls with my Telo Trucks job all the time. So I would love to just leave my phone up there as a camera and then also be able to use my phone and all the apps on it and access all the files on it and documents on it from my Mac. But I can't. And unfortunately, that does kind of ruin the feature for me. I mean, there are some situations where maybe I'm not using my iPhone as a continuity camera and I want to use it on my Mac. But that was definitely the majority of the time. The majority of the time, I wanted to use my iPhone on my Mac display. It was not because my phone was sitting in a bag somewhere. If I'm not using my phone as a webcam, it sits right here on the Pixel stand. It's sitting or it's charging. It's at my desk and I can just grab it and use it as needed. The main majority of the time I was looking to use the iPhone mirroring feature was definitely when it was being used as a camera. But I don't know if it's a RAM limitation or if it's just poor software execution, but it's not an option. Can't do it, sadly. Let's see. Doesn't matter that 8 gigs of RAM is the baseline because most consumers don't notice. As with promotion, I reject the idea that baseline should be 16 just because competitors have it. I mean, LTPO panels have been around for a while. To the tech community's credit, I wouldn't be shocked if there's a way for them to add an LTPO panel to a cheaper iPhone. I'm not surprised it's not the priority. And the reason I'm saying that is because it's very likely happening next year. It's very likely that the iPhone 17 lineup is going to be LTPO standard. I just wonder if Apple, in their endless pursuit of trying to come up with more pro features, and like we talked about earlier, they need to differentiate the pros. Obviously, Apple's a company. They need to make money, and they probably make more money when you spend more money on a pro iPhone. So at the end of the day, the entry-level iPhones are oftentimes the decoy model. It's meant to, they probably love this narrative that the tech community pushes. A lot of average everyday consumers might go on YouTube and watch reviews from different iPhones. And if they see all these nerdy tech YouTubers complaining about the cheap iPhone and saying, I can't believe this cheap iPhone doesn't have 120 hertz, it should definitely have that, the pros have it. And then they watch the pro iPhone reviews and they're like, yeah, they're expensive, but there's less nerdy things to complain about. Like, yeah, the cameras are great, the displays are great, the screens are bigger, the battery's better. That narrative that the tech community is all pushing really convinces the everyday consumer that, well, seems like people online are mad at the cheap iPhone, but they seem to really like the Pro iPhone. I guess I'll get the Pro. So it's clearly a marketing tactic to try to convince people that they need 120 hertz, which I don't think they do. I think a more wholesome, healthy, less Apple-friendly narrative would be that 60 hertz is fine, and a lot of people are perfectly content with it, and you do not need 120 hertz, which is kind of the narrative I was pushing last year with the iPhone 15. I really enjoyed that phone, and I was very, very split between the 15 and the 15 Pro. I was like, I know I could be happy, and honestly, in my updated reviews, I mentioned that in several ways I was kind of disappointed with the Pro, because some of the reasons I opted for the Pro was the faster USB-C port, and I guess that was one of the action button I really liked, which wasn't on the iPhone 15. And obviously, I like ProMotion. I don't think it's one of those things that everybody needs to have, but I notice it and I appreciate it. Randy and I were even on the trip, like cross comparing, like, can you tell the difference? And we had my Doogie Android phone over here. Haven't even unpacked everything yet. And on this phone, this is one of those cheap Android phones people talk about that they say, if this has 120 hertz and it's only $400, why can't the iPhone have it? Well, it's not LTPO. So when you go into settings, you can choose between 60, 90, or 120 hertz. And one of us would select one and then hold it to the other person and see if could they tell, could you detect the difference, could you notice it? And that was a fun game to play because we could figure out like how good we are at noticing higher refresh rates and stuff like that. Fun phone, by the way. I like phones that try to be drastically different from everybody else, and that's what Doogie did. They're not a sponsor or anything. But just, it's refreshing to have a phone that was just like, who cares how big it is? Who cares how heavy it is? Oh, yeah, and Randy discovered with this, it has a crazy huge flashlight on the back, and he could hold his finger over it, and it would show the veins in his. That's how bright it was. In fact, why don't I just do it right now while we're talking about it? It was kind of creepy. So you can't. It gives you a warning every time you launch the flashlight app because it's like, this is extremely bright. Don't look at it with your own eyes. So if I turn it on like this, maybe see if I can do it. It doesn't show up on camera as well as it does in person, but you can kind of see like the veins in my finger. Maybe I'll try the pinky. Gonna die. This thing's gonna overheat. Anyway, giant brick of a battery, 20,000 milliamp hours in here. But I wish Apple would kind of go more drastic and go a little over the top with people who really just want a big battery to last them as long as possible. Like you want to go days between charges. How many Dogecoin? Yeah, it does get very warm. But I have some solutions for that we'll get into later. Doesn't that flashlight burn your finger? Yeah, probably. I'll have to go to the doctor after this. But thank you so much for the super chats. I know I'm falling behind. I got to catch up on them. Liam 2.0 super chatted. He said, did you ever reveal the mysterious start delay? Oh, we should talk about that. Oh, but we will, I promise. Let me make sure I didn't miss one. Jens. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Jens. This is your first super chat ever, and I missed it. He says, no Apple intelligence in EU, so almost no reason to upgrade for a huge demographic. Any news about this? Most tech YouTubers are based in US. I did a whole video about it. Did you watch it? I don't know. I'm trying to remember what I said, but I think that it could be Apple trying to gain leverage against the EU and trying to complain, showcase like, well, they could be trying to gain leverage, but I also think there's a very valid argument that a lot of these large language models are very hard to code, and because of that, there are some Digital Markets Act requirements that it may not comply with because Apple Intelligence is probably built in a way that it suggests Apple first-party apps primarily. It's like, oh yeah, let's listen to that through Apple Music or let's pull up photos. And the EU has laws now that are specifically like, no, you can't show favoritism with these kinds of features. You have to let people select Spotify as the default music player or let people select Chrome as the default browser. And Apple Intelligence is probably just they're not an exact science. You can't go in. I mean, there is a science to them, but you can't just go in and code them to be like, also include Spotify. There's large language models are kind of this very weird generative like beast that moves in all these different directions, and you kind of throw data on it to try to make it smarter, and you try to guide it the best you can, but they still do weird things that the companies can't predict, which is why it's probably always going to be in some capacity a beta, and because of that, there's probably a chance that it just doesn't comply with the Digital Markets Act. I don't think it's necessarily that, Apple could launch it in the EU, they just don't want to. It's like, AI can do some weird things that's hard to predict and hard to fix. So I do apologize for that. You're not getting a lot of those in the EU, but sadly, there might be some truth to it, but I also think there's some truth to Apple just wanting to give the middle finger to the EU and say, hey, you know what? You're so hard on us, you're not getting anything. And maybe they're hoping that will result in the iOS user base getting very mad and angry and want to protest the EU and say, you're being too hard on Apple. Maybe they're trying to get some public support, but I don't know if it'll work. Sorry, Jens. I hope you're still listening. Liam 2.0 says, did I ever reveal the video to start? Yeah. So the MacBook works and everything. It's okay, but in our rush, it was a very late night. We were, the last night we were hanging out with Randy and his wife. We stayed up pretty late, and we had to leave really early. We had to leave at like 5 in the morning. We thought we packed everything, and I hope Randy is still listening because I have a question for him. But I believe, unfortunately, in the mess of planning and hanging out and having a good time and trying to make sure everything was packed, I have forgotten my charge brick. So I quickly realized I started setting up the stream and everything. I was ready to go. I was plugging this into my external monitor and scheduling up the stream. I had the mic plugged in and everything. And then because we just got in very late last night, I was like, oh yeah, the MacBook is at like 30%. I need to go find the charger because I took that with me. I'm looking everywhere. I'm checking bags. I'm like, where's the charge brick? Where's the charge brick? Where did I go with the charge brick? Can't find it. So at this time, I still don't know exactly where it is, but my current theory is that it is at Randy's house somewhere, probably in his office where we were sleeping. So if it's there, we're going to have to figure out if it's cheaper to buy a new one or ship it out to me because I'm not driving back, unfortunately. So I had like 10 minutes to decide, okay, how the heck are we going to do this live stream with 30% battery? That's not going to work. So thank God I had the iMac Pro out of storage and on my desk. So I very quickly had to switch over the cables, the keyboard and mouse, because my Magic Keyboard and Magic Mouse were paired to my MacBook. So I had to quickly find a lightning cable so that I could connect them to the iMac Pro because they wanted to keep connecting to the MacBook. So I had to use the lightning cable to connect my keyboard and mouse to the iMac Pro, set up the live stream, get the continuity camera working. And that's why I was a few minutes late, was because I was transitioning the entire setup from this MacBook to the iMac Pro. So the spoiler alert, unfortunately, of this situation is, I realized I don't really have a backup charge brick. There's really only one charge brick that can supply the wattage that this MacBook needs. I guess I could charge it in my car, but my wife is at work today, so she took the car, so I didn't have the car as an option. So the spoiler alert is I will probably not be able to show me editing the recap video after the event today. I'm going to be able to still stream my reaction and everything, and then I can pull up the web page and we can all, I can still share my screen and we can scroll through, because usually after the event ends, we're left scrambling through the website to try to find anything that Apple didn't mention during the keynote and try to answer questions, because obviously I don't like making recap videos that just say the exact same thing that was said in the event. I like doing recap videos that highlight, here's what Apple didn't mention, here's the things that they didn't talk much about, little details that get lost, and you only get those little details if you do some research after the event ends and start paying attention to the tech specs and look at the chat, because you guys are very helpful and useful at pulling up information in detail. So we'll still do all that, but this won't be the crazy 8-hour all-day live stream that a lot of people are used to, because at least at the moment I need to find some kind of alternative brick or some kind of alternative charging source for my MacBook. And if I can't, then I'm going to have to edit the video on the iMac Pro. And the iMac Pro cannot share its screen and live stream simultaneously. I've tried. So I apologize to those who want the behind-the-scenes editing streams, but it's just, unfortunately, it's my mistake. I left the charger behind. So that's probably why. Yeah, Mike left his laptop charger behind as well. Apple's stream is up. So Randy's headed out, but couldn't do it for long. My eyes. Yeah, I think Randy may have left before I mentioned it, but the event is live. I'm sure they're just playing the music and stuff, but I do have my headphones, thankfully. I remembered that. The event is HDR, so it's shot on iPhone. You know, part of the last event was not shot on iPhone, by the way. Charge it with the iMac. The problem is the USB-C ports on the... I have lower wattage bricks, but they're too low. Like, most of the charge bricks I have are like 20 watts, 18 watts. The USB-C port on the back of the iMac Pro goes up to, I think, 18 watts, which is not enough to charge the MacBook. I mean, it might charge it if you're barely doing anything, like if you're just web browsing, but live streaming is extremely power intensive on my MacBook Pro, as is editing in Final Cut, and I intend to do both of those things. So I knew that without a proper charger, I couldn't start the live stream on the MacBook because it would die. And I definitely didn't want it to die. You can use your iPhone charger Mac over USB-C. It's just really slow. No, I'm pretty sure that with live streaming, the battery percentage would go down. I've seen the silicon. I've done it before, but I know this because I've done it. I've done live streams and I've done video editing on my MacBook Pro, and the USB-C ports in my car go up to 35 watts, and at 35 watts, it wouldn't increase the percentage. It stayed the same. So I know that when doing an intensive workflow like live streaming or video editing, my MacBook consumes about 35 watts. So if I'm plugged in at 18 watts, it's still going to go down. It'll go down slower, but it will eventually die. Go get your iPhone charger and plug in your computer now, and you might get some charge by the time you need to edit. I could, but when you've already started the live stream on one computer, you can't switch it over to another, at least as far as I'm aware. So I would have to end the stream regardless. And ironically, I actually use the same charger for my MacBook as I do my iPhone, so I don't have another like easily accessible USB-C brick. So with 140 watts, it's insane though. Yeah, obviously the MacBook can charge very quickly, but it's not going to happen today. Maybe you need an extra power adapter in the future. No, what I need is to not forget the power adapters I have. That was the mistake. I don't want to go. It's the first time it's ever happened, so I don't want to buy two power adapters just because of this one time. Usually I'm pretty good at remembering, but it was just a crazy trip, so I forgot it, unfortunately. But Drew, it's true that your eyesight is noticeably getting worse. I would really recommend start using dark mode on everything, so as full dark mode isn't available on Apple computers. I don't think dark mode is really the problem. I think it's more of me using a lot of screens and my eyes are too close to things. But you know what I've discovered? Poor eyesight is oftentimes just a part of getting old. I don't know if I've met anybody in their 30s or 40s that doesn't have some kind of eyesight issue. If you use screens all the time, things that are further away will get more blurry. And if you don't use screens all the time, things that are up close get more blurry. So it's like, where do you want your blurriness? That's kind of the choice you have to make. So, okay, my AirPods are going in. We're at T-minus 3 minutes. It's officially about to begin. Hardwire USB-C cable to the jump box. We'll charge it with my NAX connector, my Tesla charger. That'll charge it up fast, right? You have an excuse to get a brick with multiple USB-C ports for travel. That's what I lost. I have a brick with multiple USB-C ports, and it's at Randy's house. That's the one. But yeah, there was just so many things to pack. Well, it's good music, though. And just to be clear, I will try to read what Tim Cook is saying at the beginning so that you guys can try your best to sync up Apple's stream with my stream. Wow, this is so much easier on a big screen. Thank you, Titan Army. Going over to Apple Stream now, see a reaction / recap. All right, sounds good. I'm watching from Apple's website, by the way. I've usually found that to have the least amount of latency. But keep in mind, guys, because I have to process and render out my reaction and stream that to YouTube servers and then YouTube casts that to you, there will be a delay. There's no way it can be instantaneous to the Apple event as you're watching it. There will always be a delay. It is nice music. It's almost good morning time. What happened to my 141? I don't remember what happened. I think I sold it at some point because I was never using it. But yeah, now obviously would have been a good time to have it. But I think I sold it for like $100 or something. So whatever it cost to ship, my old charge brick. Obviously, it was a mistake. The cheapest thing to do would have been just remember the charge brick, but that's okay. We have a backup now, so thank God for the iMac Pro. Coming in clutch today. Good morning. On TV it says 4 minutes. That's weird. For me, it's just now 10 a.m., so it should be starting any second. What happened to the 13-inch MacBook Pro your wife used? I think we sold that one like 5 years ago. We haven't had that in a long, long time. What's up, Shaka? It's 10 a.m., Apple. Come on. Why aren't we starting? I'm going to refresh the link just to make sure. Yeah, I'm just getting the glowing logo. If I switch to React, yeah, that's not the right one. Okay, I think we're starting. Boom. Now you can see it. Don't look at it. Apple, don't take it down. Don't take it down. Oh, my God. All right. Catchy tunes. Cool. If the music could wrap up. There, the music just ended. Oh, someone's putting on shoes. Man, they're still very proud of the Apple Watch tapping. I sense we're going to get some health guilt tripping today. Buy an Apple Watch or you will literally die. Are those AirPods 4? I see someone with AirPods. I think they're doubling down on accessibility features. Maybe? They're showing off the hearing aid stuff. Oh. Why would you do Fitness Plus on that tiny of a screen? Just put it on the big screen, Bubba. All right. Yeah, don't dance around people. To make life more accessible. You will literally die anyway. That's true. Oh. She used AirPods Pro to call 911. To graduate college. That's good. Yeah, I'll repeat. I'm going to read at the same time as Tim Cook so that you guys can try to get the stream in sync. I will be a little bit behind. Physically, that's just a necessity. So if you just pause Apple's event for about 10 seconds, I'll probably be in sync with the reaction. Everyone's dancing. Bye, 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 bye. Sorry, I just said in sync. Buy an Apple Watch and you will live forever. Check his heart after me after surgery. Heart surgery. I don't think you should be dancing so much. This bit was probably shot on iPhone because all the angles are very wide. There was the cringy part of the event where they crush all the instruments to reveal the iPad. That was not shot on iPhone, by the way. This probably is, though, because every angle is very wide. Shot on AirTag. Yeah, it has a very AirPods look to it. Okay, we're at Apple Park. I see it. This was shot weeks ago. Okay, here comes probably Tim. Get ready for the good morning. Let's hear it, Tim. Good morning. Welcome to Apple Park. Today we're going to talk about Apple Watch, AirPods, and iPhone. No iPad mini confirmed. The impact these products are making in our lives. These are with advanced technologies and seamless integration of hardware, software, and services. They deliver experiences powerfully and intuitively, helping us stay healthy, connected, productive, and entertained. Wow. Artificial intelligence has machine learning. Okay, is that enough? Do you got it? He said artificial. In beta. Right off the bat. Here we go. Of course, they're going to start with the Apple Watch. The ground up. Are you sure? Okay. They're starting with the watch. It must be the most boring. Mm-hmm. I'm sure it does, Tim. So we're making the watch big. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's probably shot on the 16 Pro. That's true. This is our first 16 Pro footage. I'm watching on a non-HDR device. New design? Oh, Tim's unveiling it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're only 5 minutes in. This is moving quick. Is it titanium? Here we go. There's a crown. Whoa, that's a lot of speaker grill. Ooh, I think it's rounded off. I think. Ooh, there's a heart. Are the pixels even more to the edge? Wow. I see bezel though. Oh, I saw 10. It's 1-0. Okay. It looks the same. Sorry. Oh, it's thinner. Is it just me, or did it look exactly the same? At first, I thought the pixels were going over the edge. Hey, I just drove across that bridge. He said, beautiful new design. When did they film this? I could have been there. How big is it? It looks like every other... The bezels look bigger, actually. What? Oh, it's bigger. You compare it to the 6, obviously. That's convenient. It's bigger. Yeah. Okay. The bezel is still too big. More rounded. Wait. It's a wider aspect ratio. I really can't tell the difference. I'm sorry. Wide angle OLED. What? The bezel does look bigger. Big and bigger. Wow. Brighter than what? Oh, from an angle. I see. Yeah, I see why they're unveiling this first. once a second. That's good. Even when you're not looking, it's working. I don't like that watch face. It's confusing. 10:09. Ooh. Oh, they brought back Jet Black. Oh, that's gonna age poorly. Jet Black is back. No, that thing scratches. Remember the Jet Black 7? So no more steel, probably. I'm curious what that'll look like, actually. Marquez might like that. Okay. The rumors around the Series 10 were very wrong. Hmm. It's. Can you show it? Can you show it next to the Series 9? I can't tell that it's thinner. I don't think it's radically thinner. Hmm. They don't want to show it next to the Series 9, probably because it doesn't look. Oh, people are going to do that? Play music through the watch? That angle makes it look thinner. That one. That angle. Still no 5G. Yeah, I thought it was going to have better battery life. Interesting. Can do MagSafe? Okay. Faster charging's nice, but if it supported Qi charging, that would be amazing. But I don't think it does. Dang it. Ugh. So it's lighter. That's good. It's no more steel. Titanium again. Oh, it's glossy. Oh, no. Yeah, the steel watches were super heavy. I don't like that it's glossy. Uh, that means we're getting shiny iPhone. No! God dang it, Apple! Where's my matte finish? Look at that! The watch bands look beautiful. That's a good. That's a good finish. Yeah, your watch band's gonna be steel on titanium. I don't like the bezels on the 10, if I'm being honest. Okay, so to get the sapphire crystal, you need the titanium. I wonder if it's more expensive than before. We're gonna get shiny iPhones, aren't we? They manufactured it with electricity. Oh. Does the S10 get Apple Intelligence? Oh, and intelligence. Oh, God. Is this going to get Apple Intelligence and the iPhone 15 won't? You better not. Don't do it, Jeff. That's been there for a while. I'm already more interested in the regular 16 now. Just because I don't want the glossy sides. I just think the Series 7 looked so much prettier with the thinner bezel. Here's Sumble. Yeah, for the 10th anniversary, they're doing just another one that's bigger. I wish the bigger size let it charge on MagSafe. I'm not gonna use all that. All right. Yeah, probably no SE today. That's me. Probably glossy 16 Pros. Dang it. Dang it. Well, how does it detect it? My heart. Oh, I know. I just haven't been diagnosed. Or snoring. Why do you need the Series 10 to do that? It's just using the microphone. Right. Yeah, we need machine learning. It's only on the S10 chip, of course. It forces you to punch yourself awake. Oh, they don't have clearance yet. Oh, they're adding it to the 9 and Ultra. So this isn't a new hardware thing. Why can't they add it to the Series 8 or 7? I don't get it. Where is this? I know where that is, but look at the Pelicans. Why do you need the S9 chip for that? It's only sapphire crystal if you get the titanium chassis. What does the water temperature do? Oh, I see. That's kind of handy. Hmm. Tells you what the water temperature is. Oh, tides. Huh. The watch has lost some weight, and it wants you to as well. This is why they're starting with Series 10, because it's probably the less interesting of all the announcements. Okay, if it's gone back to Jeff, it's probably done. Please don't have a price hike. Please. It's all metal. Thinnest ever. It really doesn't look thin from that angle. Same battery life. Nah, that's not good. I think people really wanted the better battery life. People are going to keep buying the Ultras. Oh, that's clean. I don't think there's a new Ultra. Okay, I think it's the same price. Oh. When is the 20th? Am I going to be here? Oh! They are talking about the Ultra. Is there a new Ultra? They're going to be okay with everybody buying a... Oh yeah, 20th is should be the same launch day as the iPhone. I don't know. Should I review an Apple Watch, guys? Oh yeah, what is the size? Is that a new titanium color? You're just telling us things we already know. That watch is thick. I was really hoping the Series 10 would get a better battery life. That's a shame. I didn't review the Series 9, did I? There's only one size for the Series 10. That's interesting. They, this poor guy, he got the job of just reminding everybody what the Ultra does. This isn't an announcement anymore. This is just an ad. Come on, son. Just a matte black Ultra would be nice. Yes, we know. It has apps. We get it. New finish. Wow, it looks just like the articles. Black titanium? Wow, that was a dope watch band. I can't even tell. Is it just different lighting? Satin black. Okay. We thought we'd get this last year. 95? Come on, Apple. Why are you mining so much material? Yep, it's black now. Oh, that's a lot of titanium. I gotta get into scuba diving to review this watch. This is the Marquez watch officially. Wow, a watch band that stays on my wrist. Amazing. But it doesn't get the S10 chip. Satin is spelt Satin, not Satan black. Silly. So no new chip. Yeah. No change to the watch itself. So now the cheaper Apple Watch gets a newer chip. Interesting. Ultra doesn't get the latest chip. Yeah, it's basically just a new color option. Same price. Completely redesigned. Yeah, they treated it like it was a new watch, didn't they? But what about 95% recycled titanium? Our commitment to buy tax credit, I mean, to buy EV credits, no, what is it called? Energy credits. The transitions are kind of lazy this year, aren't they? They just fade to black. Yes! This I'm excited for. AirPods time. Let's see a good pair of AirPods Max with lossless. Come on, son. Let's do it. Yeah, boy! Just fade to black. Yeah. Okay. What's this? Okay, that looks like the 3. Is that the 4? I don't know what I'm looking at. Look, scanning for differences. AirPods 4. Oh, he actually calls them that. At least he didn't call them the new generation, and then we had to refer to them as AirPods 4th gen. That is not where Apple Campus is. Hi, Kate. They added Type-C. Is that it? I guess it looks a little different. They're very thin. So the stem is shorter. So they changed the shape. Okay. That's high praise. Wow. They're getting a lot of use out of that H2 chip. I hope these are affordable. No, this is the non-pros. These aren't AirPods Pro. Oh, they're the open ear. Sorry about the bit rate. There's not much I can do about it. T-Mobile's acting up. Give it a second. It'll fix itself. The bit rate will fix itself. Just give it a moment. So no ANC, but just nodding. Well, I still don't want to talk to you. You were convinced there'd be no updates to the pros. It's possible there are no updates to the pros. Yay! Oh, it's the smallest case. That's probably not good for 30 hours. That's great. Huh? What? They look the same. Okay, so they did get ANC. Open ear active noise cancellation. How the heck does that work? What? How does it work? I gotta try those, man. Because the rubber tips have never worked for me. Oh, that was... Let them explain. They're not explaining! They're not telling me how it works. She didn't say anything. Oh. Ooh. It gets the charge puck. Go Chi! Woo! I love these things. I think I want the open ears. Because I preferred the comfort. 30-hour battery life. I wish there was just one version. How much are they? Fiber? Ugh, I'm excited for the Maxes now. That's incredible. Whoa! 129? 180 for noise. Nice! That's an official price reduction right there. ANC is more affordable. I might have to buy them now. I still got Lightning. It's time! AirPods Max time! Please, just add Type-C. Just add it. Just do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it now. Add Type-C. Oh! Those are new colors? Yeah, boy! Type-C! Let's go! Thank freaking God. Oh, I love AirPods Max. They're $550. They barely talked about them. Is that it? Do they have lossless or not? Do they have lossless? Oh, they did. They are updating the Pro. Oh! What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh. Oh boy. Why should I get the Pros? Let's hear it. Oh. Yeah, she's the health person. She talks for health reasons. Hearing is how we communicate. Okay. It didn't add the H2 chip. I'm kind of offended how quickly they talked about AirPods Max. Ugh. Speaking of depression, sorry, terrible segue. I kind of want to pre-order AirPods 4 right now. Can I do that? So the Pros are the health ones now? Oh, it's just software features for the AirPods Pro 2? The website hasn't been updated, by the way. Oh, if you buy AirPods 4, your ears are screwed. Now, the diagram did not mention the H2 chip for the Max. AirPods 4 are available on the 20th, just like the Apple Watch 10. What? What did she say? Hello? This isn't new hardware, just so we're clear. I hear voices all day. Do you want to know how your ears are doing? Buy our Pro version. It's not a Pro feature. Screw your ears if you buy AirPods 4. No, they said there wouldn't be any iPad. They didn't say anything about iPad news today. I'm still pumped about AirPods 4. I want to talk more about those. Because I love open ear headphones, but I love ANC, and that might be the perfect combination of the two. Well, when my ears stop working, I'll buy AirPods Pro, but but they're working for now. They're what? They're what? AirPods Max still don't support adaptive mode. Didn't even update the chip. Ugh. At least I have Type C. Okay, I'll give them that, but It was a pretty disappointing. He said, "Happy birthday, Mom." The AirPods with the earrings, just a weird look. You can spend time with your family if you buy our product. If you don't, then screw you. Those are some thin bezels. What is that? Of course, I don't get them on my AirPods Pro 1. So it's just software updates to the Pro 2s. AirPods Pro, great for old people. If you, yeah, like Mike said, if you don't pay for Fitness Plus, then you can't hear anything. Do you want to pay for Fitness Plus? No? Then no hearing. Yeah, AirPods Max can't do these because they don't have the H2 chip. Apple! Why did you do that? They found a way to make AirPods Max still annoying. What is wrong with them? Just put the H2 chip in it. AirPods 4 sound amazing. I want to try that. Because I don't like the rubber tips. Okay, it's iPhone time, everybody. I think it's USB-C across the whole lineup now. The AirPods Max team is deaf. Supercharge. Can you say that, Tim? AI. Start the counter. Are we unveiling intelligence? Or is there a new design? I like the blue. I saw the capture button. Saw it. Ooh, that's a clean. Oh, the zoom. That animation was pretty slick. Wow. I love that blue one. Okay, AI is on the entry level 16. There you go. Really liked that color. That was clean. Let's hear about it. Ooh. That's a lot of buttons. Matte finish. Yes. 85% recycled. That doesn't sound great. Celebrates color? I like the way the camera bump is darker blue. Wow. The color leaks were actually true this year. Nothing new so far. Oh. Tougher glass. Okay. Tougher. How do you gauge toughness? I bet it's 60 hertz though. Same brightness. They actually have good colors. Hooray! Okay, same screen size. Love that action button. That's good. If this was available last year, I would have bought this. Open the flashlight. Oh, now they're talking about the Mach-E. Okay. Camera control. They don't call it a button. Show us. What? The camera. Intelligence. Show me. They didn't show us how that worked. Yeah, they glossed over that button. Here's Sri with Siri. Okay. Is it time for A18? Oh, just so they could say they skipped 2 generations. Right. Of course it does. I don't like the way he's walking towards me. Mm. It will still overheat. At least they compared it to last year's model. There's probably an A18 Pro. Does it overheat still? It's challenging desktop piece. Should you be saying that? Yeah, they're comparing it to other non-Pro iPhones. They don't compare it to the A17 because that was only in the Pro. Oh, a rare Craig sighting. He's usually not at the iPhone events. I've been there. How did they film there? Wow, he's looking slick today. Insanity. Like my relationship with you, Craig. Using science. Oh, let's go to backup. Yeah, this is a lot of recap, isn't it? I'm trying to get excited. I need more examples. Oh God, we're talking private cloud again. So why does it require the latest silicon? If it runs on servers, just let the older phones have it. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. Great. I'm just going to get my tripod and stuff ready since they're talking about boring stuff. Ugh. I'm glad your servers are efficient. You're just buying carbon credits. It's just a money statement. Oh, God. Please don't do Image Playground. Oh, brother. Dinner party? You think I can afford a dinner party, Craig? I gotta spend all my money on AirPods. Ugh. When am I gonna use Cowboy Frog? When? I will never need Cowboy Frog. Oh, capybaras are awesome, but I would never use that. Gross. Yeah, and you broke my Photos app. Just use a map. You couldn't find that? There's 50 of them. Cowboy Frog. No one's gonna label every face. They don't remember to do that. Oh. Focusing. So it does everything a 15 Pro does already. That's still a wall of text. I don't trust you. I don't trust you knowing my notifications. Oh, brother. The audio is really bad. The audio sounded really bad there. That's it. That's what Randy wants. Why can't you just delete them? If I ask you to, you're going to ask me to do it? Dunkachino? Why can't I just tap it? Maybe I'll use that. Oh, thank God it's free. Uh, so it's not launching with Apple Intelligence. Congrats, UK, for not being in the EU. Next year. My goodness. It's going to take a while. Free software updates. Finally. New information. Please. Oh, is this what the button does? Of course. It's an AI button. Hmm. I might use that. I'm guessing you could add this to the 15 Pro. Did you just AI my dog? Domain expertise. I feel like Google does this already. Nice. I need to sound grab that one. It's his bike. Tap to search Google. Yeah. That's real. It is Google Lens. That's what it is. Oh, it's not out at launch either. Oh, I hope you improved the camera. Here we go. Puge, take us home. Get us out of this AI nightmare. Yeah, it'll help you cheat on tests. Can I order AirPods 4 yet? Oh. They put sapphire on that? Stop using steel! God dang it. Every time? I'm gonna accidentally click it all the time. So what do I do with the action button? Well, that looks like it physically moves. Why didn't you put Touch ID in there while you're at it? Uh, that's going to confuse people. I'm sorry. People are going to think they're taking it and they're not. Wouldn't those options already be on the side? Yeah, this seems complicated. That seems harder to me. Just put all that stuff on the screen. Yeah, that's the same. iPhone 4, that was 2 years ago. More people have spoofed Face ID than Touch ID. I'm sorry. Go to backup here. That's a fancy way of saying you can crop. Well, yeah, because you always use crappy telephoto lenses. It is not a telephoto lens. That's called cropping. Fusion. Wow, fancy. Yeah, it's done that for a while. The other camera is a 0.5x. See? It's right there. I don't think they changed the cameras at all. It's the exact same camera system as the 15. Just with the camera capture, the camera button. Camera control, that's what they call it. More light than what? They didn't call it a button. Oh, wait. No, never mind. They're bringing macro to the normal one. That was not on the 15. So it's a better ultra wide. They still have a flash. They always do the Pro last. Come on, guys. You never watched one of these? Yeah, they added 2 Pro features to the 16 camera. Yeah, still 60 hertz. If I'm buying an $800 phone, I ain't buying a $3,500 headset. Nah. A live audience wouldn't make this more interesting. Oh! Audio, huh? I want to hear the audio. Look at them bezels. Who was watching that video? We don't know. I would like a better microphone. Yeah, 2 new buttons on the regular 16. It's probably just a software difference. They'll claim the A18 chip is needed for the better voice isolation. No. Don't remove. Ah! They're gone. Reduced wind noise. Sounds like a software thing. It is not 4 lenses. Oh my god. I can't believe they actually called it 4 lenses. You're cropping. Gaming! Oh boy. Will it overheat? That's good. I hope that helps. I don't do gaming, but my phone does get hot. That's a really bad game. I'm sorry, it doesn't look very high quality. Looks like a game from like 2010. Oh, you're going to care about higher frame rates on that 60 hertz display. Well, that game looks better than the Warship one. 5 times the frame rate with 60 hertz. Ain't nobody playing that. Oh boy. Ugh. Is this one of them anime games? I'm showing my age. Random 10-cent ad. That's not Genshin. Oh, brother. You don't even need a PlayStation anymore. Wow. 8 games. That's amazing. You tried to make it seem like a lot. Oh yeah, how's battery? Hoo-hoo! I'll take it. How much more battery? What are we talking? Say a number. They didn't say a number. They just said a big boost. Ugh, I hate it when they do that. It's a bigger battery. How much bigger? We don't know. Oh. That looks like where I live. What the heck? Is Apple doxing me? That looks like my backyard. '89 Tech says I'll get an iPhone 16 next year. An extra 1 minute of battery. 1% more battery. Yeah, 14 Pro buyers should be expiring their satellite. How much is this? What's up, 911? Be sure to like and subscribe. Thank you for the super chat, Edward. No fuel or charge. Wow, they're bragging that it has USB-C. Big boost in battery life. What is it? All right. I'm happy it got macro mode. That's good. Wi-Fi 7 is nice. Yeah, they don't say how much RAM it has. I'm guessing 8 gigs. That's so rude that they just say it's a big boost. I can't believe they won't say the number. That must not be good. Yeah, that's a really clean color. This song is a bop. Yeah, they didn't say if they touched the USB-C port speeds. But I'm airdropping everything anyway, so I don't know if I care anymore. They haven't improved the transfer speed via wired. Did you read mail? I hope you're doing well. Cowboy Frog! Dang it with the cowboy emojis! They gotta shut it off. Can anyone else picture Bernie Sanders playing the bongos? I don't know how I feel about the camera control button. It seems a little overly complicated to me. Probably the same charging and transfer speeds, yeah. Frog. Put a cowboy hat on everything. It's got official oops resistance. I do like the action button. I'm glad that's coming to the cheaper one. Genmoji lets you put a cowboy hat on anything. Stop saying big battery boost. It's so annoying. I bet it's like 1 hour longer than the 15. That was not shot on iPhone. Just use the screen. Okay. No price hike. That's good. That is true. They do hold their value. Not with Apple. 800 for no. That's BS. You're not giving me 800 bucks. Yeah, if you trade in a 15 Pro Max. If you trade in a 1 terabyte 15 Pro Max, you'll get $800. Is it pro time? It's time. Introduce our most cutting edge technologies. God. Can you please stop saying Apple Intelligence? If they're glossy, I swear. Please don't be glossy. I'm scared. The reveal's happening. Ugh. Oh, it's a chip. Will it still overheat? Okay, I think there's still a matte finish. Wow. That is a thin bezel. Thank goodness. Okay. I think it's still matte finish. Wow. That is some sick font. Fade to black. No, the bezels are thinner. I can tell. Maybe they're the same, but the screen's definitely bigger. They said they improved the cooling on the regular 16. It's not a thermal, what do you call it? It's not a vapor chamber, but they have a better heat dissipator. Was this shot on iPhone? It's very dark. Wow. My God. Ugh. Nice. There it is. You knew they'd say that. Biggest screen ever. Any product? Thinner than the Apple Watch. It's brown. There's like crickets. Yeah, you said this. Yeah. Okay. Texture. Darker, huh? Oh. White titanium. Desert. Oh, that leak was accurate. This phone is from the desert. Diffusion. Okay. I hope it doesn't overheat. Larger batteries. That's good. Okay. Wow! Big battery. That's nice. I'm going to drain it in a day. I'm so glad the sides aren't glossy. Whew. We're going back to this intelligence. Oh. You already talked about this. My God. Hey, screen size increases used to be a big deal. No one cares anymore. Well, with inflation, if the prices stay the same, it's basically a price reduction. Please stop talking about it. Oh. Talk about the cameras. Pro chip, there it is. They get an advantage. I ain't buying gold. I'm not getting gold. Or desert. I know. This guy needs a cough drop. Does A18 Pro have a cough drop? Yeah, the A17 chip is just gone. Maybe they'll put it on the iPad mini. 16? So your notifications will be prioritized. 17% increase in bandwidth. What is that? Like 10 gigs of RAM? $15 doesn't sound like a lot, Sri. I'm sorry. Oh, thank God. Now I can play more games. Yeah, they said there's a better thermal management system. It's like a heat sink, basically. They have better heat sinks. 15. That's the number. You always buy the white iPhone because it reflects heat better in sunlight. The lighter the color, the better the heat dissipation. I believe that. Who cares about thermals? The people who use their phone a lot that consistently overheats. What does that do? What is the media? Okay, that's been a thing for years. That's been around. Can you please translate to what that looks like? Thank God. Della, show us the camera features. I was in Phoenix yesterday. Show us what this camera can do that has never been done. Dang it, I don't care about photography. Stop calling it that. It just means you can crop. I didn't have lag, but okay. Ooh. What the heck is even that? Something's wrong with that chicken, yo. Hey, there you go. Finally. That's a very high-res ultra-wide. That was not there before. It's not the same camera. It was not 48 megapixels. It was a 12 megapixel ultra-wide before. Also, 5X is on the normal Pro now. The 15 Pro had 48 megapixels on the main sensor, not the ultra-wide. Three. So many different ways to open the camera. My God. What? There were software features to do that before. He's staring at me. They have to do that every year. It takes a bunch of things at once, and then it combines them. I'd say 48 megapixel on the ultra wide is a pretty big change. The ultra wide has always looked softer. I've used photographic styles, yeah. I used the contrasty one. Whoa. What is happening? The hands. Who are these models they're using for pictures? This event is a million times better than the Pixel 9 event. I'm not sure how much use that will get. Thank you. Video. Here we go. Video affects me. That's why I'm more interested. Oh boy. Is it going to be 8K now? Slow fees. That's what I want. Slow-mo is getting better. That looks fake. Looks very green screen. Someone's laughing somewhere. Was this shot at 5x? Oh, just 120? I thought it'd go 240. Yeah, how much storage is that gonna fill? Ugh. What are they filming? My goodness. Ah, that's nice. I'm glad they added that. Will they actually play at 120 FPS? I'll start filming all my videos at 120 if YouTube allows it. Oh god. It's going to be the highest file format ever. That is not social safe. Social media is just portrait mode. Ooh. Hardware too, huh? I gotta try that. Okay. Studio quality, huh? Hmm. Yes. What? Spatial audio? No, we're not doing that. I really like the mics on the MacBook Pro. Hmm. Ooh. There's options. Bundt cake. Oh. Wow. Mmm. I like that. Dang it. Crap. They freaking got me. I wouldn't have to record with my. Ugh. God dang it. Why did you have to make it so good? That's just GarageBand. I really like the studio mic thing. Oh. No, because I have to plug in my Zoom mic every time I record tech videos. If this sounds substantially better, I wouldn't have to use my Zoom mic when I record tech video. Dang it! I really like the mic thing. Crap. Okay. I gotta sell some stock. Mm. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. Shot on 16 Pro. And he's using the mic? Try to sing the song. Ugh. I need to try it. I'm definitely gonna pre-order one, but I haven't decided. I gotta review it. I gotta review it. Will there be wind? I really need to see how the audio sounds compared to my Zoom mic. I'm very curious. Oof. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ultra wide is sharper. Ah. Yeah, that would be cool. What if at the end of the event they said all the sound was done on iPhone? Yeah, what are these gimbals they keep showing? I think the price will be the same. Oof. Okay. Please be 256 gig standard. What? What's happening? Why are we talking about cases? Jeez, that sounds expensive. Oh, faster MagSafe charging. Qi 2 is the exact same thing. Oh, thank God, a slimmer package. USB 3. I can't believe they're advertising ProMotion still. It's been 3 years. It's still 128 gig. Ugh. Still 128 gig. Oh my God. Jeez. $1,000. Yeah, right. I don't buy it. Not a 12 Pro. Early morning. iPhone 14 is still there. Well, they kept the Plus. There's 3 Plus iPhones now. I can't believe they're still doing 128 gig. Jeez. Wow, it's been an hour and 40 minutes. The SE didn't change. I don't know why everyone's bringing it up. The SE4 never comes out in September. It always comes out in the spring. The ultimate Apple Watch without the S10 chip. Whew. I want to try those. I gotta. You can order them, right? They're still not on the website. They did my boy AirPods Max bad. They didn't update the chip. It does not start at 256 gig. Okay. Ooh, that blue looks nice. It's cool that A and C you can get on $180 new. On Amazon, AirPods 4 probably be even cheaper. That's big. The microphone thing is huge for me. Products. Okay. The Pro Max started at 256 gig last year. That's not new. Okay, let's start. OBS is capturing your screen. What happened to the... Oh yeah, I'm on my iMac Pro. I don't get to show my face at the same time. Randy! Randy! Is my MacBook charger in your office? Because I can't find it. There was not a price hike. I don't know who was telling you there was a price drop. That's crazy. Oh, it said shot on iPhone, edited on Mac. Yeah. Yeah, what happened to AirPods Max? I mean, I'm glad they got Type-C, but boy. Here, we can switch this over. I need to try them. Like I say every year, I'm not committing to upgrading until I try them out. You'll find out when I review. So they got some new colors in Type-C, but here's the disappointing thing. H1 headphone chip. So there's still a ton of features available for AirPods Pro 2 that are not on AirPods Max, including the new hearing aid functionality. Still just 20 hours. So the regular AirPods have better battery life. No lossless playback, even though there's a wire. I don't know why they can't do it. Pro level active noise cancellation, transparency mode. But AirPods Pro 2 have a bunch more features. Oh, you know what? I'm pre-ordering AirPods 4 right now. They only come in white. Dang it. So it's $130. Here, I'll show you. No engraving, of course. That affects resale value. $130 for regular AirPods 4. AirPods 4 with ANC, even though there's no rubber tips, which is a huge selling point to me, $180. So it's a $50 add-on for active noise cancellation. Yeah. Add to bag. Let's do it. I can't show my screen. It's going to dox me, but... But they're Type-C. That was enough of a sale for me. Make sure I'm... Let's make sure I'm signed in, actually. Nicholas says, I am back. That Apple event was so mid. Not impressed at all. Well, tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me... Sorry, I'm just filling out credit card information. My expectations weren't super high. The Apple Intelligence talk definitely got old fast. But the thing I'm most excited about is that Apple actually listened to my studio quality microphone request, and they're seemingly drastically improving the sound when it comes to recording videos on the iPhone, which is very important to me. Pick it up. Cool. Let me select something. The camera's the same in the Pro and the Pro Max. No, they updated the ultra-wide lens on both the Pros to be 48 megapixels. Before it was 12. And they added the 5x telephoto lens to the smaller lens. Outside of that, yeah, I don't think that there's going to be a substantially different video quality for just typical videos, but you can do 4K at 120. I don't know if I would do it that often. I might. Available time, yeah. 4K on 120. I'm kind of surprised it took that long, to be honest. I thought they could have done that a while ago, but apparently they couldn't. Sorry, I'm just filling out this stuff. I don't want to lose my place. Give me a second. No. Use the Apple card, obviously. Why does it want to use my other card? Oh, crap. Now I got to confirm it on the iPhone, which is being used as a webcam. My goodness. No. This is so stupid. Hold on a second. Why can't I use... There's the old-fashioned webcam. Um, oh my god, there's a million pop-ups. This is so simple, Apple. Thank you for making it so easy to understand. Continue with Apple Pay. Double click. No, not on the... God. It put it on the wrong credit card. It didn't put it on the Apple card. Even though I selected it. That was stupid. All right, whatever. What is it? It was not even $200. So I wouldn't have gotten that much cash back anyway. All right. They didn't confirm when the software is going to release. Oh, that's true. Didn't mention that. Android is way better. You thought that was a boring event. Watch the last Google event. Holy crap. What about... People are just saying it's boring. That's fair. It's probably boring every year, but you just forget about it. Most annoying thing to me is the Apple Watch still has the same battery life. Yeah, I feel like that was a missed opportunity. Let me jump over here. I'm not sure if I'm... Oh, thank you for the super chat from Brandon. Which model do you like better, Base 16 or the Pros? For my own personal reasons, the Pros are a little more exciting because I really care about audio quality. So, does the Series 10 only come in one size now? They say it's the thinnest, even though it's barely thinner than it used to be. The bezels definitely look thicker. It's the largest display on an Apple Watch, and yet it's the same. Okay, there's Series 7. Here it gives you an indication on how much thinner it is. It's not, in my opinion. This is fairly hard to notice on the website. It's going to be even harder to notice in person. Largest screen area of any Apple Watch. Yeah, of course, when you compare it to the Series 3. Imagine comparing the iPhone 16 Pro to the, I don't know, iPhone 4. Oh, there's still two sizes. Okay, that's good. Yeah, 42 millimeters, which already existed. That's confusing. All the software comes out on the 16th. Okay. When are they announcing MacBooks? That's next month. So no more steel. It's just titanium and aluminum now. That's funny that they made an S10 chip with 64 gigs of storage. I'm not sure when they did that switch. Is an Ultra still the biggest? No, they said at the event that the Series 10 screen is larger than the Ultra screen. No, I'm pretty sure y'all are wrong. You're just talking about the 46 versus 49. But that's the size of the case, not the size of the display. The Ultra has much, much bigger bezels, which is why it's called a 49 millimeter case. But I'm pretty sure I heard them say it's the largest display in a watch, in an Apple Watch. There's 3, there's 6. Series 10 has the largest screen area of any Apple Watch. Yeah, see, that's it. Troy Donaldson's backing me up there. 11 months from Kayvon. Which color should I get? The new gold color or natural titanium? I have the natural. Get the one that you like. I don't know. You bought natural titanium probably because that was the newer, cleaner color. So this year, the new color is desert. So probably get that. I don't know. Yeah, they said in the keynote the screen is larger on the 10 than the Ultra. But the battery life is the same, which is kind of, I think, the main reason people buy the 10. So you can pre-order the Apple Watch now, by the way. I think the price is the same, yeah. I don't see anywhere that indicates a price increase. Where do you pick the case? Sorry, I'm scrolling through the configurator. No marketing images with the bra case. Yeah, they didn't address the case, didn't they? Okay, aluminum. I'm glad jet black isn't more expensive. So there's no more matte black unless you go with... oh no, these are shiny too. Slate. To get a matte black Apple Watch, you need an Ultra. The Pro Max starts at 256, but that guys, that was already the case last year. The 15 Pro Max was 256 gig only. They're just doing the exact same thing with the price and the storage as last year. That no update to that. Does anyone know if there will be a new USB-C to 3.5 millimeter cable for new AirPods Max? That's a good question. Would I do Series 10 or Ultra 2 Black? Neither. I don't need an Apple Watch anymore, but what time will the pre-ordering be on Friday? I'm guessing 5 a.m. Pacific. That's when they normally do it. Let me check real quick. If I hit view pricing. Come back later today to get ready for pre-order on September 13th. So yeah, that's Friday. So it's Friday. Still cap out at 1 terabyte. Wow, Desert on the website at least does look pretty clean. But white titanium is going to reflect light better. Let's see. How are those trade-in values? 520? Are you kidding me? For my phone? That's ridiculous. Oh, they even have Boost Mobile on here now by default. That's new. No Apple Care. I don't see a time. They didn't say at 5 a.m., did they? If you have a 15 Pro Max, does this seem worth the update? No, I don't think so. You just bought a $1,200 phone. I don't think you need another $1,200 phone. I mean, it's up to you. It's your life. It's your money. I just don't think the differences would be that substantial unless there's some feature that you see making a big difference on your daily life. Yeah, trade-in values are terrible, as always. That's interesting, though, that it doesn't say when the pre-orders begin, other than it's on Friday, but at what time? It's usually 5 a.m. Maybe they just assume everybody knows it's 5 a.m. now. Yeah, of course Pixel 8 Pro isn't listed for trade. Huh. Well, that's pretty much the one I'll get. Not sure how I feel about the capture button, though. Sorry, camera control. Rumored AI HomeBot. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Nicholas. We want RCS. That's happening in iOS 18. Oh, battery life. Yeah, 15 Pro Max up to 29 hours, 16 Pro Max up to 33 hours. Okay. Duff's Vid says 1220 square millimeter display area for Series 10, 1185 square millimeter display area for Ultra 2. Okay, so there's your answer from Duff's Vids right there. Thank you for the super chat. Apple Watch Series 10 has a bigger screen than the Ultra, but thicker bezels than the Series 7. Let me show you that. I don't have a great comparison, though. If I put it next to Series 7. I mean, just look at this. Let me zoom in here. They noticeably made the bezels thicker on the Series 10, in my opinion. I think it's, like, obviously thicker. They don't let you select the colors here, maybe because they don't sell it anymore. No brightness upgrade? No. I'm pretty sure they said that the new Apple Watch Series 10 is brighter from different angles, but not brighter just overall. It's still just a 2000 nits peak, which is the same as before. 16 new camera features could have been on the 15 Pro at least. That's another thing I'm confused about. This whole like visual intelligence where you press the button to just replicate Google image search, which has been a thing for a while. Why? By the way, guys, if you're looking for a good deal, iPhone 15 now starts at $699. That's still a pretty good buy. Yeah, the iPhones supposedly have better battery life, but so it's a 6-core GPU versus 5-core. Yeah. Regular iPhone 16 says up to 27 hours video playback, whereas the 16 Pro says up to 33 hours. Let's go to the real compare page here. Series 9 has sleep apnea notifications. Yeah, so it's not a new hardware thing. They said that the sleep apnea stuff will be on the Series 9, the Ultra 2, and the Series 10, obviously. If we compare 16 Pro to my current iPhone, yeah, the screen got a little bit bigger. Same GPU number, same CPU number. They just said it's faster and more efficient, yada yada. Latest generation photographic styles. Oh, yeah. No change to the front camera. Wow. Okay, so I have on my 15 Pro 23 hours of video playback, but the new Pro has 27. So 4 hours improvement with video playback. That probably translates to like 2 hours of day-to-day use. What about regular 15 versus 16? 2 hour increase of video playback. So that probably results in like 1 hour of real world use. Why is the sleep apnea on the Series 8? Oh, because they want you to buy a new one. Yeah, the O2 sensor is not back. They finally brought back white. Oh yeah, you can get a white one again. It's not basic blue. They got real blue now. Ultramarine is what they call it. That's funny. Still no product red. We never got a product red iPhone 15, and now we never will. Where is the millimeter wave cutout? Oh, that's an interesting question. I didn't think of that. I don't know. I don't see it. Do they still have millimeter wave? Oh my god. This web page goes way too hard. Yeah, I'm guessing it's still USB 2. Oh, there's your answer. Pre-order starting at 5 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, so it's the same exact time as every year. Well, I hate to break it to you, but people who buy the regular iPhone are not transferring anything with the USB-C port. So I don't... I agree it's weird to have a USB 2.0 thing, but where are tech specs? Hello? There they are. If we scroll way down here, way too many options. So yeah, 5G millimeter wave. But where's the antenna? You said it'd be on the left side. It would be, but where is it? I don't see it. They're doing a good job hiding it. It would be below the volume rocker. It should be right here, but they're definitely not showing it. Dang. They've made a button that looks exactly like the ultra-wideband antenna. That's... No, it's not there. It's not there. That's the left side, see? In 4 colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Ew. White titanium, black titanium. Oh, in all 4, I see. Capture button doubles as millimeter wave window. I guess so. They built a button into the antenna. I can't tell if it physically moves or not. The image the render they showed made it look like it actually moves. The regular has better colors because it's for people who like colors and customize. The Pro is for serious people. Yeah, see, why would you move all these features up here? This image actually encompasses everything that I'm nervous about with the capture button. All it did is move all of the buttons that used to be on the edges here up here. So now you have to swipe between them with a button, whereas before you could just click buttons around here. It does move. So it's not a solid state button. And now you have a 4th way to launch the camera app. That's not my favorite feature. Yeah, with third-party cases, they'll probably just leave it open. It'd probably just be a hole. See, this is kind of the feature that might actually sell me on it. I don't know about you guys, but I record a lot of videos with my phone for work, both for YouTube and for Tello, and the audio thing could save me a lot of time and frustration. Arguably because it would free up a USB-C port and then I could record straight to an SSD. Ooh, I like that. I think it hides the other on-screen controls when you interact with the camera control. I know it does, and I'm saying that's stupid. Those controls should just be here. Why is it easier to bake them into a new notch? I can't believe this is an image they're comfortable showing on the webpage. This looks so inefficient. There's so much extra display room here, and now they've forced all of that controls up here. Well, Apple showed their case, which isn't a hole, but it's a capacitive layer, but they were asking about third-party cases. I wouldn't be surprised if third parties just left it as a whole. Alphonse von Schirm, sorry, I can't read the whole name, but the base 15 is such a great value compared to the 16 in the EU since there's literally zero mentions of Apple Intelligence on the compare page. Yeah. The only difference between 15 and 16 would be the camera bump and the action button. Spit out your recap. Well, I gotta read stuff. Select another camera setting. I'm not feeling this personally. This is one of my... I'm excited about this. Studio quality microphones in a way to switch between mic recording settings. As someone who records a ton of content for my channel and my job, who uses my phone a lot, the audio mix thing is huge. That's a big deal to me. This, not so much. This seems like overcomplicating the UI. Yeah, they added a dynamic peninsula up here. They overdid it with the capture button software window. Yeah, I think they're trying too hard. They were trying to come up with some kind of hardware advantage on the new iPhones, and I think they were really hoping that the visual intelligence thing would be useful, but I don't think it's that useful. It's the same thing as Google Lens. 48 meg. Look at a stupid lens image. The natural 16 Pro is lighter in color than natural 15 Pro. Well, that's good. I'm worried that I would activate this thing accidentally all the time because that's normally where the phone sits in my palm. It's cool, though, that the regular 16 gets a macro lens. That's nice. They added something else, too. I already forgot. Aiden Thompson says, just pre-ordered my first Apple Watch. My condolences. I mean, I hope you like it. Compare with 12 Pro. Yeah, let's compare it. 15% faster, up to 20%. Okay. That's actually nice that they let you decide what to compare it with right here. Gaming! 2 times faster ray tracing. Geez. Best battery life ever. It's not forced, Drew. What isn't forced? Well, the button is kind of there whether you like it or not. Like, you could accidentally press that all the time. What's your action button going to be remapped to now? I don't know. Can I remap the camera control button to nothing? Is that possible? The camera button is too high up. It's in an awkward position. I mean, it's convenient when you're in a sideways position, but most of the time I'm using my phone in portrait mode, and I feel like my palm is going to accidentally press it all the time. Maybe being recessed prevents that. See, this is kind of how I hold my phone. I guess the button is like here. It's maybe out of the way a little bit, but ooh, I don't know. They said there's a satellite for that. Great. I run a social media for a startup in the Bay Area. No, there was another camera change they brought to the regular 16. I'm forgetting what it is. Got to go to the compare page. They brought macro mode, which has never been on a non-Pro iPhone before. MagSafe goes up to 25 watts. What is point if you record or shoot vertically? Yeah, it'd probably not be as good for that. Spatial photos and videos, because they reoriented the cameras. So 2 hours better video playback, probably 1 hour. Still USB 2. Up to 20 times faster transfers than what? 20 times faster J. Yeah, okay. So there was no change in the port on the 15 Pro to 16 Pro. Yeah, I understand that it has single and prolonged press options while the capture button still does not. There's a new ceramic shield that's apparently tougher. Same water resistance. And yeah, on the iPhone 16 and 16 Pro, by the way, that's not a Pro feature, MagSafe goes up to 25 watts. Okay, that's something, I guess. I wish the port could actually charge faster, though. That would be nice. Yeah, same brightness across the board. No change there. They never mentioned the exact charging speed, and probably for good reason. If it was better, they probably would have mentioned it. Let me scroll down here. Battery. Yeah, up to... well, that actually sounds worse. Maybe it's because I'm comparing it to the Pro, not the Pro. Oh. I think it is worse. Oh my God. Are y'all seeing this? Look. 16 Pro Max, right? Up to 50% charge in 35 minutes. 15 Pro Max. Up to 50% charge in 30 minutes. Probably just because it's a physical bigger battery. I like how the last year's model supported Qi 2 and they acted like the new one supported Qi 2 was a big deal. I thought the watch would be 49 millimeters. Yeah, the rumors were definitely wrong about that. I mean, the battery life is longer, as you can see. 16 Pro Max says 105 hours of audio playback versus 95 on the 15 Pro Max. But I do think it's technically... they changed nothing about the wired charging speed, and yet made the physical capacity bigger, which means that it technically takes longer to charge. On the Pro Max, at least. Maybe it's different on the regular. Yeah, now it's back to 30 minutes for 50%, which is the same. So yeah, no charging differences. Or 30-watt adapter or higher paired with MagSafe charge. Yeah. All they're saying here is that you can use a faster MagSafe cable now. 35 minutes for both, 30 minutes for 12 Pro Max. Well, yeah, the 12 Pro Max has a physically much smaller battery. New watches still do not have blood oxygen sensor. Makes me not want to upgrade from my 6. Yeah, I understand. I think it's a bit underwhelming, but great for people with aging iPhones. And I think that's the case every year. Again, there's never going to be substantial year-over-year upgrades just because it's a peak, it's a mature field, and they've quickly run out of super noticeable things to upgrade. But yep, there's your confirmation on the connector, by the way. USB 3 on the 16 Pro, just like the 15 Pro, and USB 2 on the iPhone 16. You can charge it out of the bra case now. You could always charge it out of the bra case, couldn't you? Whoops. Don't need that. Okay, we're back. Get AirPods Pro at a discounted price. Get AirPods 4 with ANC. I guess, do you care about the hearing aid features? Because those are coming to the existing AirPods Pro 2. Definitely get AirPods Pro 2 with USB-C because I think that's the future. That's where everything's headed. AirPods 4 probably aren't really cheaper yet because of, how do you say, Amazon discounts. You can probably buy USB-C AirPods Pro 2 on Amazon. I'll check, actually. Series 10, not much of an upgrade to Series 9 to me. It's a bigger screen. And it's thinner. I don't know what would be a big upgrade at this point. I don't think big upgrades exist anymore. If it seems like small details, that's just the world we're living in. Um, 15 plus felt old, but now comparing on Apple page, it's the same except camera control AI. The 15 still has a ringer switch instead of an action button, if you care about that. The 15s are also more likely to have overheating problems because they don't have the improved thermals, with the new heat sink that they talked about on both the 16 and the 16 Pro. Yeah, but yeah, same display brightness, same refresh rate, same dynamic island. You won't get macro mode on the 15. You will get macro mode on the 16. Not a big deal. I don't think people need macro mode, but did they mention anything about the cooling on the Pros? Yep, the same thing on both the 16 and the 16 Pro. It's not a vapor chamber, but it is an improved aluminum heat sink, which they said should improve the overheating problems. They didn't use those words, but they did mention the thermals. If I go on Amazon right now and just look up AirPods Pro USB-C, you can find them for $176 renewed. New, you can find them for $200. So I don't know if you really prefer having the rubber tips and you want all of those health features, like the hearing aid features and the hearing test features, then AirPods Pro 2 are probably still the better buy. Just please don't buy them from Apple. Buy them. They've been out for a while. You can find them on Amazon. I'm sure they're probably cheaper at Best Buy. For now, I'm pretty sure that AirPods 4 are only available on the website, but I need to go to the compare page to these because I just freaking ordered them. Let me switch over here. Let's do AirPods Pro 2 versus AirPods 4 with active noise. So no more AirPods 3 or the old-fashioned AirPods design, AirPods 2 is now gone. It's officially gone. And I'm also very thankful they're not using like second generation. They just call them straight up AirPods 4. That's great. Isn't this wrong? Look at this though. AirPods 4, which start at $130 if you don't need active noise cancellation. They have an H2 chip. AirPods Max has an H1 chip. Isn't that stupid? I don't know. I think the AirPods 4 with ANC are like... The fact that they have active noise cancellation without the rubber tip is... I got to try it to see how good it is, but that's interesting to me because I've never liked the rubber tips on AirPods Pro. I liked active noise cancellation. I've always appreciated that, but I always preferred the comfort of the original AirPods, the AirPods 2 that they just got rid of. I preferred that comfort in my ear, but I always went with AirPods Pro because I just cared about ANC, and I always wanted to have that. So now the fact that they may have developed something that can be comfortable in the ear and have ANC, yeah, I don't like the rubber tips either. And I've had rubber tips break and had to get new ones replaced. I've had friends with the rubber tips that have break as well. So I'm all in favor of how good is the ANC, I guess. That's the real question. I'm not guaranteed keeping AirPods 4, but I like that they're Type-C. I like that I think they added the speaker to them, didn't they? Because that's helpful. You can charge them on the Apple Watch puck as well. 30 hours of battery life on AirPods 4. 5 hours. Okay, so 5 hours of listening time. So, okay, AirPods 4 have slightly less battery life than the Pros, if you're looking for a reason to go with a Pro. Yeah, they still have the smart case on AirPods Max. So, yeah, the bra case didn't go anywhere. Sorry, guys. Mag's wireless charging case works with Apple Watch charger and Qi certified chargers. Oh, interesting. So this doesn't have MagSafe. That's a detail I missed. Interesting. So the MagSafe puck, if you guys remember this thing, the AirPods 4 charge case doesn't snap to this. Only the AirPods Pro charge case snaps to that. 16 Pro Max or buy 15 Pro Max that will be a lot cheaper. All right, guys, there's so many like differences here in features. It all comes down to which one has features you care about. Do you really care about studio quality microphones in your videos? If you don't, yeah, buy last year's model. You can get it way cheaper, but a guy like me who uses my iPhone to record for work all the time, that might be kind of important. Um, the AirPods 4 case is too small for the MagSafe puck. Probably. But that's weird because it still works with Qi. And the MagSafe puck is still, this is still a Qi charger at the end of the day. So you could still charge your AirPods 4 on these. They're just not going to snap. That's interesting. I didn't catch that little detail. See, this is why I go through the web page afterwards. I don't just as soon as the event ends start recording because I would miss these little details. Oh, that's funny. I'm looking at the compare page. You can say just Siri on AirPods Pro 2 and on AirPods 4, but you can't say just Siri on AirPods Max. Ugh. And these are sweat and water resistant, unlike AirPods Max. Voice isolation, conversational awareness, also not on AirPods Max. Personalized volume, adaptive audio, not on AirPods Max. That's ridiculous! Ugh. AirPods 3 have MagSafe, but not 4. Well, it was an optional thing, but yeah, if you go to AirPods 3. Oh, interesting, yeah. The AirPods 3 went up to 6 hours versus AirPods 4 being 5. Oh, but they had the H1 chip, and the case did do MagSafe, but it didn't do Apple Watch charging. But now AirPods 4 does Apple Watch charging, but not MagSafe. Oh, jeez, this is confusing as heck. How do I explain this in the video? AirPods 3 snaps to the charger. That's strange. Yeah. But AirPods 4 do not because the case is too small, I guess? How do they compare if I put them next to each other? Yeah, I guess AirPods 4 is small. I like that, though. I want the case as small as possible. Apple is only selling silicone cases for the 16. That's funny. They killed off fine woven. Not enough people liked fine woven, so they got rid of it. Interesting. Pods 4 is Qi or Qi 2? Qi 2 is basically MagSafe, so I don't think it's Qi 2. Qi 2 is just Qi with magnets, just so everyone's clear. But yeah, they don't say... Qi certified just means you can put it on a charger that does inductive, like coil. Like you could put it on a Pixel stand, or you could put it on a Tesla wireless charger in the car, that kind of thing. But yeah, no magnets. That's crazy to me that AirPods 4 has all of these features that AirPods Max does not have. Interesting. The vent system for pressure equalization. It's really going to come down to how they sound. Fine woven wallets are still available, but not cases. Yeah. MagSafe is Qi 2. There's practically no difference. Dual beam-forming microphones versus 9. Inward-facing mic. Oh, wait, there's a difference here. Touch control versus force sensor. I think AirPod... Oh, God, this is so confusing. I'm going to have to do multiple videos. I don't think I can explain everything here. Yeah, the EU-compliant AirPods Max. The modern buckle watch band is still fine woven. There are two versions, one with MagSafe and one without. Yeah, for AirPods 3, but not AirPods 4. AirPods 4, I don't think it matters which one you get. That neither of them support MagSafe on the case. But I think what I'm reading is that on AirPods 4, the sensor, I'm guessing, does not adjust volume. That's what they mean by touch control. So on AirPods Pro 2, you can adjust the volume with that little sensor on the side. You can swipe up and down to adjust the volume. Whereas on AirPods 4, you can just press to hold for Siri, or double click to skip, or click once to pause, triple click to go backwards. Oh, and there's no U1 chip in AirPods 4. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. Here it is. Here's the controls. AirPods Pro 2, you can swipe up or down to adjust volume. You can't do that on AirPods 4. Interesting. Hearing health features are only on AirPods Pro 2. You can't get it on AirPods Max. Beats are making phone cases. Oh. Yeah, the Series 10 has a couple new features. It has LTPO3, but Ultra 2 only has LTPO2. So better brightness levels from different angles, and also a bigger screen and a newer chip. The S10 chip is only on the Series 10. They didn't add it to the Ultra because all the Ultra got today was a new color. Interesting. Oh, this is interesting too. Look at the wording here. I think this is Apple admitting that the ANC may not be the greatest on AirPods 4. Because on AirPods 4, it's listed as active noise cancellation. And on AirPods Pro 2 and AirPods Max, it's listed as pro-level noise cancellation. Different wording there. AirPods 4 without ANC have no Qi charging case. No, all AirPods Pro have optical sensors, while Pros have skin-sensitive sensors. Oh, jeez. I don't even know the difference between the two. I'm not committing to upgrading today. I'm gonna review the stuff that came out. So if I go with AirPods 4 without ANC, it literally just charges via Type-C. Interesting. Wow. Okay, I did not catch that. Thank you for letting me know, Alphonse, because I would have missed that. So it's no wireless charging at all on the $130 AirPods 4. You know, that's probably fine as long as people are getting on board with Type-C. I'm okay with it. Force sensor versus touch control. It helps reduce low-frequency environmental noise, like airplane engines, HVAC systems, and city traffic before it reaches your ears. Well, I'm still using AirPods Pro 1 right now, so maybe I can't tell the difference. But I would just like to know what ANC is like without the rubber tips. That would be nice. I go to level 2 down here. Up to 2 times more active noise cancellation compared with AirPods Pro 1. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Actually, this answers my question. I clicked that little like pro level noise cancellation button, which jumped me down to level 2 here. Footnote 2. 2 times more noise cancellation compared to AirPods Pro 1 and AirPods 4. So I think what that means is AirPods 4 has the same level of ANC as these. So it's the same ANC level as first gen AirPods Pro if you've tried those. That gives you something to work with. But it just doesn't have the rubber tips, which I think I really like. Let's see. Yeah, because of the price, I guess it makes sense to leave out the, what do you call it? Wireless charging coils. That probably saves some money. But that should be mentioned. A lot of people are probably... Oh, wait a minute. There's another difference here. Oh my God. There's so many differences with AirPods. I could probably do a whole video on this. Look at this, guys. In the box. AirPods Pro 2 come with a charge cable. AirPods 4 do not. So if you buy the $130 AirPods 4, there's no charge cable included. It has USB-C, but they're assuming you have a USB-C cable. AirPods Max still comes with a smart case. And look at this. AirPods 4, which are $130, have Bluetooth 5.3, but AirPods Max are still Bluetooth 5. What the heck? What are they doing with AirPods Max? Oh my God. Yeah, the real thing that'll depend on whether or not I keep them with AirPods 4 is most definitely the comfort level. They claim that they're a different shape than AirPods 3, which were not comfortable for me. AirPods 2 are still by far the most comfortable AirPods I've ever worn. Even these don't compete with that. So if they are comfortable in my ear and they stay in my ear, that's going to be like the deciding factor. Oh, look at that. AirPods 4. Oh, there's more changes than I realized. AirPods 4, $130. Oh my God. This is so confusing. AirPods 4, if you buy it without ANC, I would not have called it. They need to rebrand these. I would have called this AirPods Lite or like AirPods SE, and I would have called these AirPods 4. Calling them both AirPods 4 is actually really confusing because look at this. Regular AirPods 4 is just a charging case. They don't list the speaker. If you opt for active noise cancellation, then they add the speaker. So there are so many differences between the cases, in my opinion. Do old bands still work with the Series 10? Oh, God, that's going to be so confusing because now there's 2 different Apple Watches that are 42 millimeter. God. AirPods 2 was the best comfort level. Yeah, so they take out the speaker and the wireless charging from the cheapest AirPods. But neither AirPods 4 comes with a charge cable. AirPods Pro comes with a charge cable. But you shouldn't worry about that. It has a smaller case with ANC? What? I don't think the case size changes. I'm not seeing that. You can pre-order the AirPods today. I just pre-ordered them. I don't care as much about the Apple Watch, but I am gonna review these. I want to try ANC with open backs and see how good it is, because I've never liked the rubber tips, and I'm excited that I could potentially get ANC without them. It says 46 millimeter bands work with 44 millimeters. Okay, that's good. Bands? What am I looking for here? So I don't think they changed the connector. 46 also works with 44, but they don't say that for 42. But 40 millimeter is for what? I'm lost now. I don't get it. I understand that the normal 4 is meant to replace the 2, while the 4 with ANC replaced the 3, but that was easier to differentiate. AirPods 2 have these features, AirPods 3 have these features. Now it's AirPods 4 and AirPods 4 with ANC, but they have very different charge cases. So when a customer is looking at which one to buy, they're just going to think, oh, AirPods 4 with ANC is just active noise cancellation, when in reality there's a lot of differences. And I don't think they have the Find My support either. Did you notice a drop in audio quality in parts, or was I the only one? I noticed it when I went to pre-recorded. Yeah, I noticed it too. At a couple of moments there were parts where the audio quality dipped a little bit. Yeah, no, it's still the biggest screen. I think the base AirPods have a smaller case. I mean, the AirPods 4 have a smaller case, yes, but it's the same whether you get ANC or not. Ultra still has the older chip, yeah. Works with most versions of... Oh my god. Look at this. They had to build this up. 40, 41, and 42 millimeter bands are all compatible with 41, 42 millimeter case sizes. There's way too many sizes. Oh my god. 44, 45, 46, and 49 millimeter bands are all compatible with 44, 45, 46, and 49 millimeter case sizes. Okay, I guess that makes sense. It's like the number matches up. But now you have to explain... This watch band works with 44, 45, 46, and 49. And all 42 millimeter bands are compatible with 44, 45, 42. But in the old days, there was 42 on the big size. Now 42 is the small size. Why wouldn't you spend the extra 50 pounds for ANC in a better case? Yeah, I guess if you don't care about ANC, maybe you want one slightly cheaper. But yeah, the transitions were also just like fade to black. I think the AirPod... I'm not upset with the lineup of the AirPods, but I think the naming could have been more simple. 46 millimeter in titanium is $750. Ultra is $800. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I guess some people may not want the Ultra just because it's bigger. Compare Apple Watch. Now in black titanium. It's funny that 42 used to be the big size. Now it's the small size. Huh. Up to 40% brighter when viewed at an angle. Sleep apnea notifications, which is coming to the Series 9 as well. No, they got a siren on the Ultra. Water temperature sensor, that's new. Oh, but it was on the Ultra 2 already. This is the same company that made the most difficult Apple Pencil compatibility chart. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Ultra 2 has a older chip than the S10. That's funny. But faster charging than the Series 9. 0 to 80% in 30 minutes versus 45 minutes on the Series 9. I don't think they listed that before. I think they changed that wording to make this sound better. Yeah, they're really choosing their angles wisely, because they probably know if they show the angle just right, you'll notice that the Apple Watch Series 10 has bigger bezels than the Series 7. At least I think it's pretty obvious on this side by side. Yeah, I don't think blood oxygen is coming back until the lawsuit's done. The Ultra 2 is the first time in history a new version of an Apple Watch wasn't announced year over year. No, I mean they don't release a new SE every year. There's only been 2 SEs. Sometimes they just don't update the. I mean, the Ultra 2 was barely an update, let's be honest. Is there any changes to the SE series? Why does it say pre-order? No, I don't think it does. I don't think they changed anything. Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, what the heck? SE2 says pre-order. I don't know what changed. You like a bit of bezels? Okay, then why buy the new watch? Get a Series 6 for dirt cheap. For some reason, it's letting us pre-order these. Don't understand. Yeah, you can't pick it up until September 20th. What did they change? Maybe there's a packaging change. Maybe they physically removed. No, these never had blood oxygen. That can't be it. I don't know what happened. There's no new listing underneath it. Maybe they accidentally. I don't know what they did. Ooh. Is it supposed to look like that? That looks weird. I'm not a fan. Oh, the watch bands are new. That's probably what it is. There's no Ultra 3, no. No, the SE doesn't get sleep apnea. That's just on the Series 9, Ultra 2, and Series 10. But they probably could have added it. There's no new Ultra, just a new color. Okay. So it's a little confusing. It's a little confusing, but I think I'm ready to record the recap. Just about. Yeah, the Ultra 1 is still great. I think most people should just, if you want an Ultra, just get an Ultra 1. You could probably get them for cheaper now. MagSafe cables are braided now? Oh, I missed that. Any other little details I should add? There's no more fine woven cases, but there is a fine woven wallet. Oh, the new MagSafe chargers show up on Wednesday. You can get them sooner. The MagSafe charger makes wireless charging a snap, perfectly aligned magnets attached. An iPhone 12 or later. So the cable is new, right? You need the new cable in order to charge faster. Your best buddy is happy. Add that to the video. Oh yeah, Series 10 has speakers for music and podcasts. Yeah, just don't be that guy. Don't play the music. It's going to be a terrible battery life anyway because they didn't improve the battery. I don't know. There's no good difference between 15 and 16. I wanted to upgrade to 15 and thought I'd just upgrade to 16 because I could. Well, there's a few things. There's action button, macro mode, spatial photos, videos, better thermals, better heat sink, better colors. I think the 16 colors look way better than the 15 colors. and Wi-Fi 7. So, yeah, I think a lot of people would be totally happy with the regular 15. But yeah, Apple Intelligence, I guess, if you care about that. But a lot of people don't because it's not in their country. Yeah, the camera bump hasn't changed on the Pros in years, sadly. There are new Beats branded cases now. That's kind of weird. Probably not worth it. 2 meter MagSafe braided. They only had 1 meter before. I'm just curious, like, you need the new MagSafe cables in order to get the faster charging. Yeah, don't do Apple trade-in. It's a horrible deal. Apple's coming out with a new iPad mini. It was just not today. This was an event about the iPhone, the AirPods, and the Apple Watch. We'll get an M4 Mac event that will refresh the iPads later this year. I don't know why people were expecting the iPhone SE to go away. That was not rumored to happen until next year. Oh yeah, no more iPhone 13. That's kind of sad. It's finally gone. But you can now get a 14 for $599. Yeah, that's not worth it. Don't do it. Don't get a. They kept the Plus though. I was kind of surprised to see that. I missed the first part of the live. How much do you think is ugly exactly? The regular 16 camera bump. It's basically the what? How much do you think is ugly? I don't think it's ugly. I think this camera bump looks way better than this camera bump. Like, it's less obnoxious. It's just two lenses. And the bump isn't protruding as much. It's the first time the camera bump has actually been reduced in some capacity. The 15 is a big old square. This looks like a more efficient use of packaging. Also, the aquamarine looks beautiful. But the 15 is a better value, yeah. Can't go wrong with the 15. It's a great phone. If you don't want Apple Intelligence. Yeah, the SE4 will probably replace the 14. I'm just surprised they kept the 14 Plus around. That is such a bad value. Ugh. They must have a lot of them. $700 for the 14 Plus. My goodness. They're still charging that much. No, they didn't introduce the Qi 2 standard. They say the exact same thing on the 15s. They say they support Qi 2. But there's probably something in the cable that I'm curious about. That the cable, you need a new MagSafe puck in order to get the 25 watts. There was no Pro Mini. We got the opposite. The Pro iPhones got bigger. The cases are hideous. USB-C is awesome. I'm glad you can get USB-C for cheaper now. I'm glad a lot of people aren't upgrading. I'm happy to hear that. That's not something you need to do every year, for sure. What is Qi 2? It's basically just the MagSafe charge puck. It's just Qi 2 is the open standard version of it. So obviously, if an Android phone or a third-party case maker wants to incorporate the magnets around the Qi coil, but they don't want to pay Apple to use the MagSafe intellectual property, they can just use Qi 2 and it will still work just fine. Qi 2 is just like, I don't know, it's like the difference between Thunderbolt and USB-C, except there's not a big speed difference there. Qi 2, I don't know if it has a max speed of 25 watts or something, but Thunderbolt is USB-C in the way that MagSafe is Qi 2. Is the base Series 10 worth upgrading from Steel Series 7? I wouldn't, personally. I think the Series 10 was just bigger display but bigger bezels. I'm going to upgrade my 12 Pro to a regular 16. That's a good choice. I think you'll like it. That's a decent amount of upgrading. All 16s have 25 watt Qi 2. That's what they said, yeah. I am Tailosive Tech on TikTok, but I don't post there. That they will reserve camera control only for the Pro models. No, that was a last minute thing. At the last month or so, that all the reports started saying, no, the camera control is on all 4 iPhones, not just the Pros. 16 Pro or Pixel 9 Pro? What are your thoughts? Do you want iOS or Android? That's really what it comes down to. But both are good options. Yeah, there's no changes to the wired charging. In fact, it actually got a little bit worse on the Pro Max. It takes longer to charge on a wire. I don't know about the non-Max. Let me check. Yeah, AirPods Max was a punch in the face, wasn't it? Oh, the 16 Pro has anti-reflective lens coating. Wonder if that makes a difference. A lot of similarities though, but the biggest upgrade I think that's gonna be noticeable is the 48 megapixel ultra wide. I've always resisted using the ultra wide lens on the iPhone because it had a much softer sensor and it just didn't capture as rich of an image as the main sensor. But now they've got 48 megapixel on both. However, the aperture is still not as great on the ultra wide, so I might still prefer using the main, except now they're calling it Fusion for no stupid reason. Just because you can crop in, I don't get it. Apparently, yeah, the bezels on the Pro got smaller. I have a 13 mini and I low-key hate it, but I'm telling myself to stick it out for another year, even though the 16 is my favorite color. Jeez. Battery, that's what I was going to look at. No changes to the ports. Okay, so it's the same wired charging for the normal 16 Pro, 15% to 30 minutes, 15% to 30 minutes, but they changed it on the 16 Pro Max from the 15 Pro Max. Used to be 50% in 30 minutes, now it's 50% in 35 minutes. So I'm guessing the Pro Max got a noticeably bigger battery on the inside, which takes longer. I don't think the new bumps are ugly at all. I think they're better than they've been in years. They're not as good as the Pixel camera bump, but I would much rather have a smaller off-to-the-side camera bump than a giant square like we had before. And I like how they're a darker shade of color, yeah. No, these are beautiful. I think they did a good job with that. Can anyone explain how Series 10 display is even slightly bigger than the Ultra? Bezels. The Ultra has massive bezels. It's got a bezel around the display, and then it has a chassis that goes beyond that bezel, whereas the Series 10 is just a rounded, curved glass on the edge, and they made the watch physically larger and thinner for some reason. But hello, Visualizer. I'm doing well. Do you think the black is glossy? On what? On the watch? Yeah, jet black is definitely glossy. What is the RAM size on the 16 Pro and Pro Max? Has a stacked battery been implemented? I don't think they mentioned anything about that. They never mentioned RAM. I should really look at the storage sizes, though. That usually has an effect on features. So let me jump to tech specs here. 128 gigs still limit things. Let's see. Video recording. I don't see anything requiring 256 gig, which is good. For ProRes video recording, 4K at 120 with external recording. That's good. I don't see anything here that says not available on 128 or requires 256 gigs or more. Yeah, so that's a good sign. I don't think there was any changes to the front camera. Huh. Yeah, jet black I don't think is a good idea. That they did it back with the iPhone 7 and it aged very poorly, so I would not put that on a watch. But yeah, I don't see anything about RAM. They rarely do mention that. It's interesting that they finally said display port for USB-C. I'm not sure if that's new, though. The regular iPhone 16 still has USB 2. Yep. For the same reason the iPhone 15 had it. It's not a cost thing. It's just people who buy the entry-level iPhone. Just to be clear, even me with a 15 Pro almost never moves files through the USB-C port. It's very rare. It's a very niche thing to move files through the port. Or to record to external SSDs. The vast majority of iPhone users don't do that, so if they're looking for reasons to try to convince you to get a Pro, that's definitely one to leave out on the entry-level iPhone. Yeah, I'm sure they want to have the oxygen sensor, but it's not up to them. They use the patented Massimo technology, and they don't have a way to get it back. Regarding the thermal sheet that was speculated for the pros, it's on both. Even the non-pros got a new thermal sheet for better heat dissipation. I liked the look of jet black, but it definitely picked up scratches like crazy. Um, Base storage didn't increase on non-max models. Yeah, that does suck. I mean, it didn't increase at all. There was no storage changes. It's the exact same layout as last year. The Pro Max gets 256, and the regular Pro gets what's it called, 128. Yeah, there's no. They didn't even update the Ultra 2. 128 can have USB 3, but 256 plus really don't care. Yeah, I don't know. What want the Aquaman, but the cases do not look good. Yeah. I don't it's hard to find a case that looks good. 128 gigs is plenty. Again, depends on the person, depends how you use your phone. Nice seeing iPhone Pro models getting better cooling. Guys, again, the non-pros got the exact same cooling improvements. Exact same thing. They put in different recycled aluminum sheets that are acting as heat sinks. Pro Max every 6 years or base iPhone every 3 years? Need for content creation. It's up to your budget, I guess, but I think the base iPhone is fine. I'm very tempted to try out the pros because I want to know how noticeably different the audio quality is. That's important to me. If it means that I don't have to pack my Zoom mic or plug in my Zoom mic everywhere I go, that could save me a ton of time and make editing much easier. So I need to try it. Again, not committing to anything, not saying on the record in today's video or this week's podcast, or I'm not committing to upgrading or not until I actually try this stuff out. I did not order an Apple Watch. I did order AirPods 4 though. Pro stands for professionals. No, it doesn't. It stands for profit. You think only professionals use AirPods Pro? No. There's all kinds of people that use their phone very casually that buy the Pro. Pro just means profit. Are the Pro black and white colors different shade from last year? Yeah, they said that black titanium is darker now. So that's a little update. I prefer the mini iPhones too, I agree. Let's see if we can notice it on the webpage. Yeah, that does look a little different. This is the new black titanium. This is the old black titanium. They say it's darker now. I don't know. It just kind of looks more reflective in this picture, but I don't know. We'll have to see them in person to really figure out what we prefer. Let's see. The black iPhone 16 Pro looks sick, but I'm sticking with my 15 Pro. Yeah, I don't think there's a big reason. You know what's impressive to me is the dimensions. Even though this is a 6.3-inch display, it looks almost exactly the same size. Where's dimensions? Yeah, okay. 5.89 inches versus 5.7. Same depth, but a little bit heavier than my phone. Okay. So, I guess it is physically bigger, just a little bit. It's a little wider. It's a little taller, but not by much. Look how close they look. It's very similar in size. People say the white is whiter. Ooh, I like that. Dang! You already made my 15 Pro look yellow, Apple. Gosh dang it. Forgot the event was today. Did they show any surprises that wasn't in the leaks? I think just about everything was leaked at some capacity. There were some leaks that contradicted each other. Obviously, those ended up being wrong. But yeah, 16 Pro Max has the best battery life of any iPhone ever. It's longer than the 15 Pro Max, yeah. Love the 13 mini, I agree. Ultra thin bezels, they are stunning. I don't think, I mean, to me, they look about the same thickness as the 15 Pro. But apparently they're a little bit thinner. I bet it's extremely subtle, and most people are going to wear a case anyway. Time for the Apple Watch to have promotion. I always used to say that's how you get me to upgrade, and they haven't done it yet, right? So, do I think healthcare CEOs are scrambling? Why buy grandma hearing aids when she can use AirPods now? Hope Apple Watch gets diabetes monitoring. I thought AirPods had a hearing aid feature already. I don't know. I think there's a few reasons people would still prefer regular hearing aids. For one, not having a big thing stick out. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fancy hearing aids out there that are in the thousands of dollars. So it's nice that there should be a pretty decent option for $250. Jeez, Neem and Diesel Doocy, you guys are far too generous. Thank you for the super chats. Here's a little love. Really appreciate what you do. I really don't know why. I don't think I do much, but thank you so much. Very kind. iPhone leaks were actually accurate to the real iPhone 16. Yeah, the leaks were pretty spot on this year, actually. Although it's called camera control, not the capture button. And I guess one thing that I would say is wrong is that I believe the camera control button physically moves. It is not just solid state. There is taptic feedback when you use it, when you do a half press and then a full press. But it does still physically move. It is not the solid state button that everybody was thinking it would be. New hearing aid mode is FDA certification pending. That's not good. What does fusion camera means? I don't understand that at all. They seem to be trying to use the terminology that it should be called a fusion camera because you can zoom in with it. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why they're calling it that. But good question. Thank you for the super chat, Richard. Promotion on the Apple Watch just makes you better at running. Yeah. Everybody think the Ultra 2 in black will do with wear and tear. They claim they made it super strong and durable, but we'll see, I guess. Time will tell. It's hard to know at this point, but... Is that the iMac Pro? Yeah, iMac Pro's getting hot. Your wife, is that cable on the wall to your wife? What? I don't know. Is that cable on the wall to my right? It's just the string lights. Oh, her name is on it, yeah. I don't know why she put that there. She likes putting her name tag on random things. They leaped 2 generations, but that's only by reusing the silicon with the iPhone 14. That's the only reason they were able to jump 2 generations. Apple Watch S10 or Ultra 2? Ultra 2 you can probably find refurbished or renewed elsewhere for cheaper, so I would recommend that. No ANC equals scam. I mean, it's literally not a scam. They tell you exactly what it is, but I don't think it's a good deal. But it says literally AirPods Pro, AirPods 4, and AirPods 4 with ANC. People are saying natural titanium is different. Oh, yeah, it's a little lighter shade of natural titanium now, isn't it? Huh. A little bit of a change there. It's nice seeing the Ultrawide getting an upgrade this year, but telephoto could use an upgrade. Technically, it did. They added the Tetra Prism to the smaller 16 Pro. So, we can bring that up down here. The regular non-max 16 Pro gets a 5x zoom, whereas before it was 3x. So there was, maybe not for the max model, but there was technically a telephoto improvement. Why keep the SE? Why get rid of the SE? It's for people who might want a home button or something cheap. It's not it was never a good deal from the beginning. I always would recommend the SE2 before the SE3, but obviously they'll replace the SE next year. That was not supposed to happen today. Is Wi-Fi 7 on iPhone actually useful? Pretty niche applications for it, but someone might care. There's a lot of iPhone buyers out there. So this summarizes the iPhone design process: recycle, reuse, repeat. Apple Intelligence instead of Cyrus, so we don't trigger it on people's devices. Yeah, but it's still a mouthful. I think by keeping the prices the same, that in itself is a form of lowering the price because the US dollar has weakened a lot over the past couple of years. So the fact that there haven't been price hikes is actually kind of impressive to me. I was really expecting a price hike this year. I expected one last year, and I was like, this year for sure, and then it didn't happen. So the fact that you can still get a 16 Pro for $1,000, sure, it's 128 gig, but according to tech specs, there's no differentiating features between 128 gig and 256. Maybe I'm missing something, but I understand why academia is trying to figure out a way to non-intrusively check diabetes, but why is Apple doing that? They have access to billions of dollars. Let the Apple Watch just prick your wrist. For marketing and PR, I imagine that would be a nightmare. I don't think they want an Apple Watch that pricks your wrist. Apple won't be able to sell the iPhone SE in the EU thanks to USB-C mandate. Well, that's fine. The SE3 is a horrible deal. Just don't sell it there because it's not worth it. No, I don't need Wi-Fi 7, but I list it because I'm looking for anything that's considered an upgrade. But yeah, if a kid started to play around with it, yeah, you don't want an Apple Watch that pricks you. That's a very specific feature. USD exchange is killing me, and I don't know which flag that is. No savings at all. You still need 256 gig. Well, the 256 gig 16 Pro will cost the exact same as the 256 gig 15 Pro. At least it does here. Do you think buying a Series 9 refurbished for $235 is a good deal? Sounds good to me. I'd see if you could go cheaper. How much is a Series 8 or 7? Because it'll look exactly the same. I guess if you really want the sleep apnea, then get the 9. But no, I haven't decided if I'm going with an iPhone or a Pixel. South Africa, thank you. A way to spot a poser / cons. That's me. I have a 128 gig Pro. I'm making it work. Ross Young is wrong. Ross Young is wrong again regarding the bezel size. I think it's a little slimmer. It's just not super obvious. But I don't think any change to bezels is going to be obvious at this point. They're already thin. Here they are next to each other. Yeah, it's very subtle, but I do think the 16s have slightly thinner bezels. iPhones outside the US still have a SIM slot. That's hilarious. I can't believe they're still doing that. No, I was wrong. Series 10 still comes in 2 sizes. Sorry. The 9 has a faster chip. Oh boy. I'm sure that's going to pay off with all your video editing. Which announcement surprised you most, positive or negative? The studio quality microphone thing, because that was something I was very specifically asking for in our podcasts or in a live stream at one point. I said, like, I don't know what Apple could do that would make me want to upgrade my iPhone, but one thing that would make a big impact is if the microphone quality got so good that I didn't have to use my external Zoom mic anymore. That would persuade me and made me think about upgrading. So the fact that I use those like exact words, like how the MacBook Pro has studio quality mics, I want that on the iPhone. The fact that I said that and then they did it, that was a big shocker. I didn't see any leaks or rumors talking about a revamped microphone layout on the iPhone, but that does affect my use of the phone quite substantially. That could mean that I could record straight to an SSD instead of having adapters to the mic. And I tried that, by the way. I couldn't get the microphone to work through an adapter. I think my mic just pulls too much power. But if the microphones on board the phone are just so much better that I don't need an external mic anymore, that could be huge. That was a big surprise. AirPods Max still using the H1 chip. That was a pretty negative surprise. The fact that they gave so little attention to AirPods Max was a pretty big negative surprise. 14 Pro Max, as I was looking at the 16 Pro Max on the compare site, and holy moly, they're still very similar. No, I agree. I don't think most people need to upgrade iPhones every year or even every other year. Most people could probably buy a new iPhone and have it last them easily 4 to 5 years before they need to upgrade. I was hoping for improved speakers in that segment. Yeah, the only thing that got better speakers is the Series 10, which apparently now can play music and podcasts, but I think that's just such a cringy way to listen to anything. Just have that speaker moving around with your arms and stuff. an Apple Watch website, you can see how much it got thinner. No, we looked at it. I don't find it very impressive. It's a very small change considering how small the Apple Watch already is. 10% thinner is not very noticeable. We don't know exactly where the ultra wideband antenna is, but it's not in a new location. I'm pretty sure that's embedded into the camera control button. I'm worried about Apple's AI evolving, and next year they'll release something new that only works with the 17 Pro. I couldn't care less about Apple Intelligence, to be honest with you. Nothing they've really showed me has been impressive. So I would not upgrade for Apple Intelligence if I were you. Look at that. Those bezels are noticeably bigger than the Series 7. And that's just how it looks on the website. You know, in person, those bezels probably look even bigger. Yeah, 10% thinner, which, in my opinion, is not super noticeable on something as small as a watch. I mean, look at that. Does that look super incredibly thin to you? No, of course. It looks like every Apple Watch you've ever seen. It's only until you scroll down here, and you're like, oh, I guess it's a little thinner. Wow, did they really shrink the digital crown? Is the digital crown smaller? I think this is actually a deceptive image. The more I look at it, because the Series 10 is physically larger, isn't it? But they're treating it like the Series 7 and 8 or 9 is, I don't know. Seems a little deceptive, but categorize, search, describe to search they showed. Yeah. But I mean, that's not just an Apple Intelligence thing. You know, there will always be features they come up with that only work on the latest and greatest, whatever. 10% equals 1 millimeter. 9 millimeters thin. Sorry, the continuity camera is getting so... Maybe my phone is overheating. I have a 15 Pro that I'm using as my webcam right now, and it's overheating. It's getting choppy. Do I need to switch? There. There's our iMac Pro webcam from back in the day. Anywho, I think it's about time we start wrapping this up. I got to start recording. So, wow, it is hot. My goodness. A watch is 9 millimeters, but an iPad is 5 millimeters. Yeah, it's not something I think people were looking to be thin. This phone is overheating. I'm going to need to wait a second. My goodness. Boiling. They're comparing the Series 10 to the Series 3. I know, it'd be like comparing an iPhone 16 bezel to an iPhone 4. Thank you, Edward, for tuning in. Neem says, why doesn't AirPods Max have spatial audio, conversational awareness, adaptive transparency, and all the cool AirPods Pro features? Won't be upgrading my Maxes. I might just... It's basically because it only has the H1 chip, not the H2. Why they decided not to put the H2 in there, I couldn't tell you. That's ridiculous to me. I don't understand it at all. That seems like the perfect time to update if you're giving new colors and USB-C. That would be the perfect time to switch it over to the H2 chip and give it lossless playback and all that. How about you fold a piece of napkin, damp it with a few water drops, and put the napkin between the iPhone and the case? Because I'm working. I can't do all that while I'm in the middle of a live stream. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not doing that, but I will hold it in front of my desk fan here. I might even use, if I do upgrade, I would try to use the iPhone microphone when I'm using continuity camera, so that I don't have to have this big external zoom mic here. This is what I use to record my tech and EV videos, and I use it for podcasts and live streams and stuff. It's good. I think it sounds nice, but it's a lot of extra setup, and you got to plug it in, and it pulls more power. So the fact that they're just upping the mic quality on this is exciting to me. The 128 gigabyte video limitation seems to disappear from the compare page even for the older iPhones. Oh, interesting. So they might just not bring it up anymore, even though there might still be a difference. Okay, I might need to look into that. Let me see. 15 Pro. Video support. Puts his iPhone in the fridge when it's overheating. I would, but unfortunately I need to use my phone. Maybe I'll put it in the fridge and use iPhone mirroring. Video recording up to 4K at 60 with external recording. Yeah, it doesn't mention the storage anymore. You're right. Maybe it's still there. Maybe it's still a limitation. Yeah, that's a big complaint of my 15 Pros. It just gets way too hot. Um, the microphones I gotta try out. 4 mic array. I was very happy and pleasantly surprised with the studio quality microphones on my MacBook Pro. These microphones sound great, and I've used them for live streaming and podcasts and stuff as well. So I'm very happy with these. So I imagine if they are similar, I know it's not actually studio quality, but if it is a noticeable step change and improvement, and it means I don't have to record the audio externally, yeah, that's going to be helpful. Um, I got to start clearing up storage though. I only got 128 gigs. Oh boy. Um, Anywho, thanks for mentioning the storage option thing. I needed to know that. No, I'm very glad I didn't get a 15 Pro Max 1 terabyte because I would have been a very expensive overheating phone. This is just a less expensive overheating phone. Yeah, I know. iOS 18 is coming in 1 week. Got it. Whew. Okay. Can afford Pro Max, but will have to use for 6 years or switch base iPhone every 4 years for content creation. Which strategy makes more sense? It depends on the type of content creation. It depends on your income. There's not an objective answer to that. I would probably just if you're debating, buy the more affordable one and just try to make that work. Do you recommend the aluminum or the titanium watch? Uh, Neither. Get an older one. The aluminum one is going to scratch too easily because the Ion X glass, and the titanium one is too expensive and still glossy. So I don't really recommend the Series 10 to anybody, I guess. If you really want the sleep apnea stuff, get a Series 9 for cheap. You can find them used and refurbished. Someone make a cooling thing to mount on the back of the iPhone? Probably, but the new iPhone 16s have a better heatsink. They've apparently improved the thermals. We won't know by how much until we actually get our hands on them, but new phone, the 15 Pro is the same as the 10R, which makes it kind of tiny. 15 Pro is the same as the 10R. How so? What are the main differences between the Pro and the Pro Max? The size and the battery. That's it. The cameras are the same now between Pro or Pro Max. And the Pro Max starts at 256 gig for 1200, and the Pro starts at 128 gig for 1000. Is iOS 18 worth it? I don't know. I'm not running it. I'm still on iOS 17. You can tell by my old-fashioned control center. I have not tried iOS 18 yet, but I will definitely make videos on it. Staying with the 13 mini, I will wait for iPhone 17. Fair enough. The 13 mini is a great phone. I don't blame you at all. You can buy MagSafe fans for your phone. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's silly. It's going to use up more power. Anyway. Yeah, the 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max had different zoom lengths, but not the 16 Pro and 16 Pro Max. They have the same Tetra Prism 5x optical zoom, which is an actual lens, not a fusion lens. Anyway. Better see how we're doing. Look, I already have my camera control button. It basically looks like that. The more stuff it has to do with the cameras open, the more it still uses power and then heat. Yeah. No, they'll get hot regardless. I just hope they don't shut off. That's the main thing. I've got lots of storage actually. I got storage to spare. There you go. I can't focus. Anyway, I'm using 92 gigs out of 128. Some people say iOS 18 is killing my phone. iOS 18 is great. I've enjoyed the betas even when they were pretty buggy in their earliest builds. Depends. Depends who you ask, I suppose. Do you think AirPods Max will have a Type-C to aux for audio? I didn't see that, but I remember it used to have a option at checkout. Let me try. If I go to pre-order, are there accessories? Midnight's cool. I don't see an option for that. Let me just pretend to buy them, see if it comes up. All the essentials. There's a case for the cups. My God, $70 for the new ear cushions. Power adapter sold separately at $550, but thank God it still comes with a cable. No, there is no USB-C to headphone jack cable, from what I can tell. That's why I was recommending for your live streams to maybe think about the cooling accessory. No, I don't want an accessory. I just want the phone to not overheat, because I'm not always going to be able to have that cooling accessory everywhere I go. It's suckish that they decided to hamstring Apple Intelligence for the 15 Pro models in favor of getting more to upgrade to the 16. Well, you don't even need the Pros, but yeah, the regular 16 gets Apple Intelligence too. They have 12 gigs as opposed to 8 gigs. Yeah, I don't think RAM usually makes that noticeable of a difference to people, but some disagree with me, so I don't think you'll notice a difference. Apple never talks about RAM. I don't think you would notice a big difference between 12 and 8 gigs unless you do a ton of multitasking stuff, but I do not own Apple stock. The aluminum S10 does not have sapphire glass. No, they said it's Onyx glass for the aluminum models. You have to get the titanium ones to get the sapphire glass. AirPods 4, AirPods Pro. At this point, I need to try them, but I think AirPods 4 might be better. I mean, the real winner is AirPods Pro 2nd Gen on Amazon for $200, or renewed you can find them for like $170. So it's cheaper than AirPods 4, but give it a few months, AirPods 4 will probably be cheaper on Amazon. You'll probably find AirPods 4 for like $130 in a few months. RAM makes a difference during multitasking. Yeah, but a lot of people can't tell. They're okay if the app relaunches. It doesn't make a big impact to a lot of people. I think the vast majority of iPhone users wouldn't be able to tell the difference if their phone had 8 gigs versus 12 gigs. They would just open the apps and do their thing. Add a power button or talk about lossless audio is incredible. I know, AirPods Max are getting very, very little attention. It's offensive. Anywho, I think it's time. I think I got to start recording. And unfortunately, well, wait a second. I can't show footage of me editing the, yeah, I can't. I'm thinking about it. I know the iMac doesn't like that, but I might be able to stream myself recording. I move this. Hopefully it doesn't unplug. You did not mitch much. Yeah. I might just leave it like this, but I'll have to switch the microphone inputs. Yeah. You're going to get a worse microphone here in a second. There. What's the battery health on my phone? My battery health, haven't even had it a year, is at 93%, which is not great. I actually expected better because I was using the 80% charge limit on my phone for like almost the full year, and then it just didn't have only 280 cycles. Not great. But it's probably because my phone gets hot all the time, and that heat isn't good for battery, because I'm recording with it, I'm streaming with it, I'm wirelessly charging it all the time, and if I'm not wirelessly charging it, I'm fast charging it, which isn't good for the battery either. So I've not babied this phone, that's for sure. You can do mic input selection on Final Cut Camera, but Final Cut Camera has some bugs that they need to fix before I can go back to using it. It wouldn't let me free up storage. It was super annoying. Okay. I think I can unplug. Oh boy. As soon as you start the battery replacement talk, you get everybody filling in. I'm at 96 with 300 cycles. I'm at 89% after 11 months. You can get the battery replaced, but that wouldn't fix all my problems with the 15 Pro. Okay, let me unplug something here. Hopefully that's the right... no, not sure. That's the right cable. Okay, 15 Pro Max is at 85% battery health after a year with 431 battery cycles. Pretty terrible. Yeah, I agree. That's not great. We gotta move this. Okay. Oh, the iMac Pro is getting hot too. It's all about heat. It's all about efficiency, right? Where? Oh yeah, adapter. See, I wouldn't have to do this maybe if I had a 16 Pro, because I could utilize the studio quality microphones. I'm not sure. Bryce, what the heck? 159 cycles with 100% battery health. Wow. Bryce, that was a completely unnecessary super chat that accomplished nothing. You didn't even say anything. Far too generous. What is with you guys and the just random spontaneous super chats? I don't understand. I wanted mic input for sending audio messages. The mic of the iPhone is way better than the AirPods, but I want to listen incoming audio messages on AirPods. Oh. Yeah. I agree with that. That would be a great feature. Okay. Plug this in. 86% capacity, 400 cycle. Currently, yes, I use the default camera app to film. I like Final Cut Camera, but when you delete footage from it, it wouldn't remove the space from my phone. So I had to delete the app because there was no other way to get rid of it. I needed to free up the space. I'm like, how the heck do you... When I delete footage from the app, it didn't delete it off the phone. It was hidden somewhere, and I couldn't find it anywhere. It wasn't recently deleted or anything. But yeah, the Final Cut Camera app is great. I love it. Oh, this is going to be a long recap video, I can tell. There's a lot of changes. Might film it backwards. Okay, mic is on. Why are you using your iMac Pro and what happened to your MacBook Pro? Yeah, it's there's your message. I was on a trip. I went to Randy's place and I forgot my MacBook charger. So the battery is pretty low on this and I don't have another charge brick that will charge it enough to keep it running. I have charge bricks that will slowly charge it if I like keep the display closed. But in order to live stream, which is very power intensive, I need more than like 20 watts, which is all I have right now. I need my big charge brick, which I left in Colorado. So I'm not sure how we're going to get it back at this point. But I've been looking for it everywhere and I cannot find it. This is my tech bag. This is what I put all my tech in, and it's not in here. And I've looked through all the other luggage too, and it's nowhere to be found, which is very sad because I need it and I use it. So, you look healthy thin. What's your diet secret? Oh, nothing. This is just a special T-shirt that grabs onto your biceps more than a normal T-shirt. So it's also black, which makes you look thinner. So it's all an illusion. AirPods Pro 2 is $200 on sale, and AirPods 4 with ANC $250. And which one makes more sense? Seal is an issue. Yeah, it sounds like your answer is in the question. If you don't mind the seal, and it's cheaper to get AirPods Pro 2. Yeah, obviously AirPods Pro 2 have the volume controls. They have better battery life. They have more charging options. AirPods 4 with ANC, I think, is going to be for people who don't like the rubber tips. That's going to be who it's catered towards. Um, 14 Pro Max to 16 Pro Max, AI, USB-C, 5x zoom, night video, less crashes. Anything else? It's bigger. It's a bigger display, better battery life. I would put on sock if I were you. People love Dragoon and live streaming. Yeah, you're the first person. No one said anything until you did, Neem. Should I be worried? Should I be worried? Make them pay though for those songs. No, that's fine. We got super chats right here. It's not that kind of live stream. It's not that kind of live stream, but no. My feet are worthless. Don't worry about it. The AirPods without rubber tips wouldn't be wearable. They will fall out and jiggle around. Not true. My AirPods Pro with tips have always wanted to fall out. My AirPods without rubber tips never fell out. Back when I used AirPods 2, they were super comfortable. It felt like I wasn't even wearing them. And they never would fall out of my ear, no matter how much I shook my head around. AirPods Pro, they love to fall out, especially if I'm sweating because of the rubber. So if there's an option to have the active noise cancellation without the rubber, I got to try it. So I've ordered them for those unaware. I've already ordered AirPods 4 with ANC. What about the case dimensions? What about it? AirPods 4 is the smallest AirPods case ever, which is cool. Yeah. You guys are the only fans I care about. Thank you, Visualizer, as well, for joining Tailosive Tech Pro. You're very kind. All right. We've got a lot to jump into. So let me turn this on. I might do the news backwards and talk about the iPhones first. Not sure. I want this light on. There. 4K goes up to 120, and that doesn't have to be in the slow motion. Best place to get a refurbished Series 9 Apple Watch or Ultra 1 for the best trade-in. Got Series 4 Apple Watch. Thanks, Drew. Thank you for the super chat, Duffs. You're asking the wrong guy because I haven't bought an Apple Watch in like 5 years. But I would check Amazon. They have a really good return policy for renewed. So even if it's not good, you have 90 days to return it and get all your money back. Bryce Sumner super chatted again saying you didn't see the message box. It's okay. You didn't have to super chat again. That's far too much. Thank you. Also, I would never recommend trading in an Apple Watch. Apple Watches have terrible resale value. Trade-in value is always going to be worse than resale value unless there's some kind of special deal going on. But I don't think I've ever seen good deals going on for Apple Watch trade-in value. So I would say your best bet with the Series 4 is selling it. I don't think there's any place that's going to give you a decent trade-in value. It's probably going to give you like $50 or $10. If you sell it, you have a chance of getting maybe $100 or a couple $100. If you don't want to sell it, then I don't know, just keep it, give it to someone in the family or something. But I would check Best Buy and Amazon. That's kind of my go-to for refurbished or renewed. Apple also has certified refurbished, but it's usually not the cheapest. But they include a warranty, and it's Apple certified refurbished is usually undistinguishable from new. It's basically brand new when you buy from them. I'm waiting for a fit comparison between AirPods 2 and 4 and the value of ANC and know which to buy. I think it depends on everybody's ear, which is why I'd encourage you to try them out yourself to figure out if they fit your ear, because you could watch a YouTuber. Like Marquez is the opposite of me. Marquez, with the AirPods 2, he said they always fell out. I could never get AirPods 2 to stay in my ear. But with the rubber tips on AirPods Pro, these stay in his ear perfectly. And for me, it's the exact opposite. The rubber tips always fell out. The non-rubber AirPods always stayed in. So I'm hoping that with the new updated design of AirPods 4, they'll actually stay in my ear and give me active noise cancellation. That's awesome. Anyway, I got to start recording now, so everybody sit tight. I'm not going to be reading the chat, reading the super chat. So if more people join the stream, please just explain to them. If they're like, why isn't Drew reading messages? Just tell them it's because he's recording the video. How does ANC work with AirPods 4? I don't know. We got to try it, see how good it is. Could probably do a whole video just on AirPods 4, to be honest. But okay, we good? We good? Everybody sit tight. Is it time to go? Okay. here we go. Might turn that off. It's very loud in here because of all the fans. Not you, the spinning fans, you know. Okay, I'll be right here. Can this adjust any higher? Just don't unplug it. Yeah, no rubber. I don't like rubber. That's right. Okay. This is going to be a long one, so get comfortable. In fact, you know what? Because this is a behind-the-scenes thing, and I'm probably not going to be able to read the chat, I'll probably just switch it over to channel members only because I don't see what the point is in letting everybody message if I'm not even looking at the chat. So if you're not a channel member, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the super chats. You guys are far too generous, but where is it here? Details. That's interesting. Oh yeah, members. Got it. Why isn't Drew reading chats? Well, now only the very generous supporters can type in the chat because this is technically one of the perks of being a channel member is getting behind the scenes stuff. But you can still watch it even if you're not a channel member. I'm trying to slow down the chat because if the chat gets really crazy and I can't read it or moderate, then that's a problem. So I'm just going back to members only. But I appreciate you all for tuning in. If anybody wants to leave, that's fine. I understand. It's just I got to start doing the recap now because I've been live for 4.5 hours. So, anywho, thank you to the channel members, and if you're not a channel member, thanks anyway for watching. That helps out a lot. So, okay. We're going to be talking about things that Apple didn't mention. Or things that we were surprised by. Okay. Still no skits. There's no time. Way too many things to talk about. We're talking about what everybody wants to talk about at the beginning. iPhone 16. A lot of the leaks and rumors ended up being true, but thank God it's still a matte finish on the 16 Pros. I was really worried there when they showed the Apple Watch Series 10 switch to titanium and have glossiness, that they were going to bring back the glossy chassis to the Pros. Did not want that, thank God there's still a matte finish on titanium. Desert titanium also ended up being accurate. But also worth mentioning that white, black, and natural titanium also are quite a bit different in shade than the regular. But also worth mentioning that black, white, and natural titanium are different shades than last year's outgoing 15 Pro colors. And surprisingly, despite all of the inflation and all of these new features and increased screen sizes and everything, across the entire iPhone 16 lineup, there were no price hikes and no changes to storage options. 16 Pro Max, just like the 15 Pro Max, starts at 256 gigs for $1,200, and then you can get a 16 Pro with 128 gigs for $1,000. But something we're still a little unsure of is whether or not going with 128 gigs locks you out of certain camera features. Nowhere in the tech specs now does it mention that you get different resolutions or frame rates if you spec up a different storage configuration, but that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't limits, because it appears that through the compare page, Apple has also removed any mention of the 15 Pro, like being able to record at certain resolutions at ProRes compared to others if you go with 128 gig versus 256. So it's still a bit of a mystery, but if we're to go off of the website, apparently whether you get 128 gig or 1 terabyte, you should have all of the same camera options, which now include 4K at 120 frames a second. You know, I remember leaks about that dating all the way back to the 2020 in the iPhone 12 days, but apparently it wasn't impossible until now. But what I really was surprised by, and while recording at 120 frames a second doesn't sound that impressive at 4K, because, you know, at 1080p we've been able to do 240 frames a second for many years, I am thankful that within the Photos app now they actually let you change between the playback speed. So it's not going to be forced into slow motion mode like it has been in the past. Anytime you wanted to record at high frame rate, you had to decide what part of the video is slow-mo and what part isn't. Now you can just straight up say 4K at 120, and then in editing, in post, you can decide if you want to slow it down or not. But yes, the Pros are again bigger, 6.3 and 6.9 inches, just like we thought, but no changes to the display specifications. They're both still 2000 nits, as are the regular iPhone 16s. The regular iPhone 16s are still stuck at 60 hertz. I tried to warn you, so I wasn't too surprised to find out that 60 hertz was sticking around another year, but something that will tick off a lot of you, and I'm with you on this one, it does seem kind of petty. The regular iPhone 16s are still USB 2 speeds. They didn't upgrade the transfer speed on the ports, probably because they know the vast majority of consumers that are buying the entry-level iPhones, they ain't moving any files with the USB-C port. They're doing everything on the cloud or via AirDrop, and they're not needing to record to external SSD. So I kind of get what Apple was doing, but still, $800, $900 iPhones with USB 2.0, that does feel rather petty. And the 16 Pros have the exact same USB-C speeds as the 15 Pros. There was no change there. But thankfully, a change they did talk about, both for the regular 16s and 16 Pros, is that they should have much better thermals than the 15 lineup, thanks to a new aluminum, a new recycled aluminum enclosure on a new recycled aluminum heatsink on the inside. And couple that with the new A18 and A18 Pro chips. They're supposed to be more efficient on this new second generation 3nm chip design, and apparently that new chip is supposed to run more efficiently than the past. I sure hope so. And this new heatsink they've built in, they claim, even though it's not a vapor chamber, that the phones shouldn't overheat as often. It should be good for high intensive gaming, but hopefully other intensive workloads as well, like I run into with continuity camera and recording my videos on my iPhone. But that's not the most interesting thing about the new iPhone 16 lineup, in my opinion. And no, it's not even the new camera control button, which they had a very weird segment on. And personally, I think this is one of the biggest misses of the phone. To be fair, I haven't tried it yet, I haven't used it yet, but at least what they're demoing on the websites, to me, seems rather clunky. So first off, yes, while there is taptic feedback, it is still a physical button. So there were all these rumors claiming that the capture button was going to be this solid state button that let you zoom in by swiping back and forth and let you press down a little bit and then extra hard, kind of like the force click on our MacBook trackpads. But this one they showcased, it does give taptic feedback depending on how hard you press down on it, but the button still should physically move, at least what they were showcasing. But the weird thing about it to me, because I was like, it depends how the software is implemented with this button, whether or not I like it, but I don't like that they're moving a lot of features to this button. Like when you hold it down, now everything is moved from the normal part of the camera app on the sides of the viewfinder up into this tiny little dynamic peninsula. It really does just look like a big notch on the corner. They were trying to do a dynamic island thing, but I think this one is worse, because why not just have all of those little buttons and focus modes off on the side of the viewfinder? Why are you trying to stuff them all up there and have so much wasted space alongside the angles? I'm very shocked that this image I'm showing you is actually on their website. Like, they're trying to showcase how much better the camera experience is. Now, to me, that looks far, far worse. Sure, maybe it's easier for zooming, but I didn't think zooming with the normal display was that hard or difficult anyway. And also, a lot of us were thinking, where did the 5G ultra-wideband antenna go? You know, this camera control button looks a lot like the ultra-wideband antenna on our earlier iPhones, and it's not on the left side of the phone. So I'm pretty sure they literally just built in the ultra-wideband antenna to the camera control button. So I guess if you'd rather have the side of the phone have a function rather than just a big indent for a 5G modem, a 5G wavelength that most of us are probably never going to use, this is slightly better in that way, because now you got a way to launch the camera and the action button, which is now in the regular iPhone 16s as well. So much better color choices, by the way. The iPhone 16 colors look great compared to the iPhone 15, which is still available at $100 less. Still a great option if you're disappointed with the iPhone 16 lineup today. The iPhone 15 just got cheaper. Definitely don't get the 14 though. Those are crap. And the 13 has been discontinued, sadly. But that's enough delaying. What is the best feature that I'm most excited for that kind of surprised me and took me for a run for my money with the new iPhone 16 lineup? Well, it has to be Apple Intelligent. No. Apple Intelligence sucks, and they talked about it way too much at this event. It's all a bunch of gimmicky features. I'm sick of putting cowboy hats on every emoji, okay? I don't need a large language model just to send a picture of a capybara to my family. No, that stuff is all ridiculous, and I don't understand why they want to... No, that stuff is all ridiculous, but it's actually the microphones. This pertains to my line of work quite substantially because, as a lot of you guys know, I record all of my Tailosive Tech and EV and Tailosive Life videos using my iPhone. But of course, while the video quality is fantastic on these phones and can rival that of professional DSLR cameras, the audio quality has always been lackluster, which is why I was so thankful for USB-C on the iPhone, because that let me plug in my external Zoom microphone. This thing, which is always just off camera, just a little bit. Because whenever I tried to record tech videos off of the onboard microphone on the iPhone, it was a dead giveaway. Nobody liked the audio quality, and that's why I use an external mic. But Apple detailed at this event how the 16 Pros are actually going to be doing something I've suggested for a long, long time. So it feels kind of fun to be like directly catered to in some way. But they're saying they're bringing those studio quality microphones, the ones that I love on my MacBook Pro so much, over to the iPhone now. So there's more microphones than before that can capture, and then couple that with a new software algorithm for isolating voices and capturing surroundings. I'm not as interested in the spatial audio stuff, but they demonstrated how you could switch between different audio profiles when recording a video off of the iPhone. And this is definitely something I could see myself using, because it could potentially mean that I don't have to fuss around with an external microphone, how I mount it, where I mount it. I gotta have 2 tripods. When I travel, I gotta make sure I've got my adapter and the cable and everything, and the iPhone is sufficiently charged not just for its own recording, but also my iPhone is powering the Zoom mic through USB-C, which is cool that it does all that. But if the iPhone itself has studio quality microphones that can isolate my voice and emulate this experience, that honestly makes me very, very tempted to upgrade. But I'm not committing to anything in today's video just because I need to try it. I need to use it. I want to know if Apple is overhyping it and making it sound like it's better than it is. And then if I actually try it and use it and I decide, you know what, this does help my workflow a lot, this does streamline many things. You know, I use my iPhone even as my webcam for my Mac with continuity camera. And continuity camera lets you use the onboard iPhone microphone. So this could be an upgrade not just for the recording of the videos, but also for the podcasts and the live streams whenever I use my iPhone as an external webcam. So that in itself could be a real deal maker for my use cases. For the everyday consumer, probably not. For the everyday consumer, probably not a huge deal. iPhone mics are pretty good as is. But I was very, very excited to see the different UI elements they had baked in, and I'm very thankful that Apple is putting in attention to features I care about, like the microphone quality, because I feel like that's been neglected and hardly talked about for many, many years. It's basically just been stereo audio recording enabled back when the 10S came out in 2018, and since then it's just like, oh yeah, I mean, I guess the audio kind of channels in when you zoom a tad, but this sounds like a noticeable step change in audio performance, which is excellent. And also better batteries across the board. And also better battery life across the entire iPhone 16 lineup. The 16 Pro Max, they're saying, is the best battery life ever in an iPhone, and the tech specs do hold up to it. They're saying like 105 hours of audio playback. But one little detail that they didn't mention is that as far as wired charging has gone, there's been no upgrades in the wattage, and in fact, because the 16 Pro Max is bigger and likely has a physically larger battery on the inside, now it actually takes longer to charge than before. It's the only slight downgrade we're seeing with the 16 Pro Max, is that, at least according to the website, charging to 50% with the 16 Pro Max takes 35 minutes, whereas on the 15 Pro Max it took 30 minutes. There was improvements in charge speed for MagSafe though. So now Apple is shipping these new MagSafe pucks with braided cables, and those go up to 25 watts, and that's available for the entire iPhone 16 lineup. You don't just need the Pros to access 25 watts, but still not incredibly fast charging for wired or wireless. In fact, at this point, I think actually MagSafe charging might be faster than wired. I don't know why they designed it that way, but that's just how it appears at the moment. And what was really funny to me was that throughout the entire very boring and very lazy transitioned keynote, the regular iPhone 16s, they kept saying it got a big boost in battery life, but they wouldn't put a number on it. So when you go to the compare page, they say that the new iPhone 16s have 2 hours more video playback, which in the real world probably translates to like 1 hour more of battery life. Very small improvement. I'm guessing it's the same physical capacities or close, and they're just hoping that the A18 chip is more power efficient and that unlocks slightly more battery. It's a stretch. It's a little bit weird for sure, but I'm just thankful that the camera bump has actually gotten smaller for the first time in years. It's not shorter, but it just takes up less space on the back of the iPhone. Like, I think that aquamarine iPhone 16 looks absolutely gorgeous. And I just hope that they do a product red version in the spring, because we never got a product red iPhone 15, but sadly, no changes to the front-facing cameras at all. It's the exact same true-depth camera system as before. But thermals should be better, the displays are bigger, and batteries should be better. But the studio quality microphones, that's a big win in my book. As well as Apple, at least on the 16 Pros, upping the ultra-wide lens to be 48 megapixels. It's always been 12 megapixels from the beginning, and that's usually kept me from ever wanting to use it. It was like anytime I switched to the ultra-wide, the image was way softer, it was not as sharp as the main lens. But now, thankfully, we're going to have a huge sensor on the ultra-wide as well, so I might actually start using it a bit more frequently. It's still a worse aperture, but hey, at least they added that Tetra Prism 5x optical zoom to the smaller 16 Pro now, which is still technically a bigger screen than the 15 Pro, but not that much bigger physically. Like, the dimensions are almost identical. It's a little bit wider and a little bit taller, but pretty hard to notice, and I think that's thanks to Apple slimming down the bezels on the 16 Pros even more than the 15 Pros, just by a little bit. That allowed them to stuff a massive display on a very small form factor. So good on you, Apple. And as far as the cameras are concerned on the regular 16s, there's fairly little changes. I think probably the most noticeable one is that the ultra-wide lens on both the 16 and 16 Plus now supports macro mode, which that was a Pro feature for the past 3 years. So it's kind of surprising to see Apple finally be willing to bring macro to the cheaper iPhones. It's kind of gimmicky. I don't think most people are going to utilize it, but they kept bragging about these new main sensors on the 16s being a fusion camera, simply because you can crop in to get 2x optical zoom. And I'm like, that's not really, like having a separate lens. They just brag about how it's better than previous telephoto lenses because it's just cropping in on the far superior main lens, which just has more megapixels to pull from now. So it's a little marketing gimmicky for sure. But hey, at least Apple Intelligence is now on a non-Pro iPhone. However, hilariously, it's not shipping with it. They talked all about Apple Intelligence throughout several parts of today, and it was such a recap of DubDub. Very boring if you already heard everything at DubDub this year. And despite all of that, they're saying it's going to be ready later next month. So all this overhyped animation, so all this overhyped AI and stuff, and out the box, it's not even going to do most of it. Pretty hilarious, if you ask me. But they also are pretty hilarious, if you ask me. But I think that mostly covers all of the biggest, most notable changes with the iPhone 16 lineup that I'm very excited to try out. Of course, pre-orders start this Friday at 5 a.m. I'll do a very early morning live stream. And let me know in the comments which iPhones you think are worth reviewing. I'm definitely picking up a 16 Pro of some kind. But I'm not sure if it's worth checking out the regular 16. It's probably just a bunch of features that I've already had before, but still not a bad option out there for people who want the latest and greatest. But then moving on, let's talk about Apple kind of dropping the ball a little bit with AirPods Max. Oh my god. They added USB-C and they dropped some new color options for it, but that was literally it. They glossed over it so absurdly fast, and I know for a long time now I've said, just add USB-C to AirPods Max. That's the only thing they need. Which, okay, they technically did, but now that they've updated AirPods with the new... Now that they've updated the rest of the AirPods lineup with the H2 chip on these new... The H2 chip on these new and improved AirPods 4s, and there's two different versions of them. AirPods Max are just kind of a joke, again, despite getting USB-C. It's like, okay, yes, technically we can still sell them in the EU, but they are still rocking the H1 chip. And Apple talked about all these great hearing aid features and all these hearing health features that they're baking into AirPods Pro 2. There's no new AirPods Pro, by the way. These are all just software features. And none of that stuff is coming to AirPods Max. If that's not embarrassing in itself, Apple also dropped the amazing AirPods 4, which even though they are open-backed, you know, they don't have the rubber tip, there's a version of AirPods 4 for $180 that have active noise cancellation. They can still charge with an Apple Watch charge puck. They have the charging speaker. The battery life isn't quite as good as AirPods Pro, and the ANC is supposedly more on par with AirPods Pro 1, not AirPods Pro 2. But I would love to try them out. I'm very excited because they say that they sampled a bunch of ear sizes and these are supposed to be super comfortable. They're also a bit smaller, like the charge case is the smallest charge case they've ever made. And while the AirPods Pro have a touch sensor that lets you adjust the volume back and forth, there's a force sensor on AirPods 4, but it doesn't let you adjust volume. But still, all of the adaptive EQ features and conversational awareness and stuff that was on AirPods Pro is now on AirPods 4 for even less money, and yet they didn't want to add that to AirPods Max. It's insanely ridiculous, especially considering it's $550, but there's also a version of AirPods 4 that is $130 that doesn't have active noise cancellation, and also, not only that, if you spec for the cheaper AirPods 4, the case no longer supports wireless charging, and there's no external speaker on the outside. Also, none of the AirPods 4 charge cases, whether you get ANC or not, have the U1 chip. So there's not that like hyper precise Find My support that you have on AirPods Pro. So I can still see some reasons why someone might buy AirPods Pro 2, especially because you can find them cheaper on Amazon. But I'm sure, give it a few months, you'll find AirPods 4 even cheaper on Amazon, probably for like $130, $100. But I personally have never been a fan of the rubber tips on AirPods Pro. I love having active noise cancellation, but AirPods Pro from the beginning have always fallen out of my ear, especially when I sweat, which as you can tell is all the time. But the original, AirPods 2 design always fit more comfortably in my ear. So I'm hoping that AirPods 4 with ANC could be the best of both worlds, like comfortably fit in my ear and have active noise cancellation, even if it's not the best in the world. But of course, all the new charge cases have Type-C, and I did already pre-order AirPods 4. Yes, you can order them today. So I placed an order on one so I can review them for you guys, because I'm very excited to see how they fit, how they feel, and how good the sound quality is, because my AirPods Pro 1 are getting up there in age, and I'm ready for some replacements. And I'm very glad to see Apple actually bringing some pro features into more affordable headphones. That's fantastic. And lastly, we come to the Apple Watch Series 10, which a lot of people were hyping up as this is going to be the 10th anniversary Apple Watch. It's a big one, and yeah, it's literally just that. It's bigger. But I was actually kind of disappointed by the fact that while making the screen bigger, technically this screen on the Series 10 is bigger than the Apple Watch Ultra by a little bit. It's very traditional looking. It definitely was not the big redesign a lot of people were claiming it was going to be. I fell for those leaks too. I really thought Apple was going to mix things up a bit, but no, they literally just increased the overall size, and that includes the bezel. Apple's actually carefully chosen the angles of the Series 10 on the website, because from certain angles, it's actually quite obvious that the Series 7 through 8 and 9 have thinner bezels than the Series 10 does. Like, yeah, the 10 is physically larger, and they made it 10% thinner, which sounds like a kind of a big redesign or something, but once you actually get out the measuring tape, you'll realize 10% thinner means 1 millimeter thinner. It's not that noticeable, especially It's not that noticeably thinner or lighter. It's just a slight tweak on the existing design. But thankfully, your old watch bands should still work with the new Apple Watch. Same price as before, but this year they're going with jet black, kind of a throwback to the iPhone 7 days. Little confusing to me though, because jet black did not age very well at all, and an Apple Watch is even more likely to get scratched and scuffed up. So while jet black may look cool, I wouldn't be surprised if it ages horribly, and that's why they're selling it for so cheap. And yes, the rumors were also true. They got rid of stainless steel, so if you want that sapphire glass on your Apple Watch, you still have to spend extra money to get a titanium Series 10, which of course is going to cost you a bit more, and honestly get quite close to the price of the Apple Watch Ultra 2. That's right, there was no Apple Watch Ultra 3 today. All they did was offer a black titanium option now, but it's the exact same model as last year, which honestly the Apple Watch Ultra 2 was incredibly similar to the Apple Watch Ultra 1. So very little changes to the rest of the Apple Watch lineup today. The SE is the same as before. So the Series 10 just got bigger and it got an S10 chip, and then they also simultaneously announced that they're going to be adding sleep apnea tracking to the Apple Watch. But that's not a Series 10 feature because it's also available on the Series 9 and the Ultra 2. So I'm like, why not just mention that at Dub? I guess because they realized there wasn't a lot of things to talk about with the Series 10 this year. So they try to fluff it up a little bit, make it sound like it's a bigger deal than it really is, but also no mention whatsoever of the blood oxygen level sensing. So that feature ain't coming back yet. Even more reason for you to hold on to your older Apple Watches. But that pretty much summarized the event. We're supposed to get the new iPad mini and M4 Max at a later event, probably in October or November. So just hold on a little bit longer and keep in mind it's mostly just chip upgrades. The only thing getting an actual redesign is the Mac Mini. But what do you guys think? Was this a pretty disappointing Apple event? Was it boring? For me, it definitely felt stale because it was riddled with all the Apple Intelligence features that we already know about. And I feel like Apple was trying a little bit too hard, now baking in this whole camera control button just for Apple Intelligence features, saying with visual intelligence, you can just press this button and it like scans your surroundings and add events to your calendars or gives you reviews on the restaurant you're looking at. So it's like Google Lens. Apple just made a whole button so that they can have their own version of Google Lens. And I think that button could go off accidentally all the time because it's kind of exactly where my phone rests on my hand. And I feel like it complicates the UI. Like people are going to be trying to take a picture with your phone and not know which button to take, or start pressing down that button a little bit and then they just get a zoom option instead of the photo actually being taken. I don't know. I could see this being a mess for a lot of people, so I'm not super pumped for the camera control button. But all your thoughts, how are you all feeling? Are you excited? Are you disappointed? Feel free to let me know down in the comments below. And thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. Seriously, helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. So thanks again. This is your Apple Shaker, and I will see you on the next one. No! No! You're kidding. You're kidding me. It literally just said iPhone overheated. Oh. How much of that did I lose? I literally lost. It got to 17. It got almost to 18 minutes, and then the phone overheated. The latest and greatest. Jeez. But then moving on, let's talk about Apple kind of dropping the ball a little bit with AirPods Max. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. And they've dropped some new color options for it, but that was literally it. They glossed over it so absurdly fast that I know for a long time now I've said, just add USB-C. That's silly. I literally tapped the screen. It said temperature overheated. And then I unplugged it, and then it came right back. It doesn't even feel that hot, and yet it lost it. Ugh. I might just do separate videos. It's already 18 minutes just talking about the phone lineup. How do I know it's not going to overheat again? That's the frustrating part, really. God. Tank the battery health on your 12 Pro Max. Oh, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Move this. How much can it pull from the iMac? Another reason to get an iPhone 16 Pro. Hopefully. Let me go to System Information. Battery. I mean power. I'm at 88% battery health on my MacBook. It's getting 15 watts from the iMac. Hopefully that's enough to hold it. I can't believe it lost it. That's ridiculous. We're getting a hole punch. I mean, technically you already have a hole punch display on both of them. But yeah, they did talk about... You didn't have the ringer on? I did! No, the ringer was on, but it didn't make any noise. It's the first time you lost footage because of the heat? It is. Yeah, I officially... The phone didn't alert me that it had stopped recording. Well, I tried to run the channel off the iPhone. This is what I get. This is honestly a great reminder as to why the thermals are such a problem. I use a Zoom H6 microphone, but I would like to stop using that in favor of the studio mics on the iPhones. Well, I'm at least going to get the footage off the phone. I'm trying to decide, should I just record the rest of it? Or... This is so annoying. This is frustrating. Should I just record it again, or should I just say iPhone 16 recap, and then I'll do an AirPods recap and an Apple Watch recap? I don't know. I don't know. One of the well, AirDrop's working at least. See, if I could use the onboard mics, the USB-C port would be free for one of these. And then I could just move the footage directly off of it. Dang. My goodness. Should we run a poll? Re-record. Re-record. Record lost footage. Oh, that's the title. What to do? Re-record lost footage or do separate videos? I'll see what you guys want. I guess I can start since the first, 18 minutes were saved. Darn you, iPhone. The heck's wrong with you? I broke my little 3D printed Cybertruck too this morning because I was moving things around so fast. 9 hours until fully charged from 37%. Oh boy. Okay. Sorry, I know you can't see what I'm doing, but a lot of people saying do separate videos. It's pretty even though with 44 votes. Oh gosh. Lighting's all weird too. Great. Color. Turn that off. MacBook looks so small now. Of course it is. What happened? My phone overheated, so I lost a bunch of footage. So that's fun.
Apparently, whether you get 128 gig or 1 terabytes.
Well, I'm just a sweaty boy, aren't I? I don't know how long I was going on the AirPods and the Apple Watch, but I feel like I lost a lot.
A lot of the leaks and rumors.
Okay.
16 Pro Max, just like the 15.
Editing has commenced.
With a hundred.
Randy, did I leave my MacBook charge brick in your office? Is it still there? Because I can't find it in any of my luggage. You want to have a transcript? I guess if I recorded it as a voice memo, I could have one, huh? Seems like most people are saying do separate videos.
But what I really would, and while recording at 120,
Do you have left in one of the wall outs? I did a walkthrough, but I don't see anything. Where did you plug it in? It would have been on the wall directly behind you when you're filming your Randy Nexus videos. Not the side walls, but the one straight behind you. Because I have no idea where it is. We looked through all our bags pretty thoroughly, and I can't see it. He's saying BRB. I thought I did a walkthrough too. I remember walking through your whole place, and I could have sworn I didn't see anything that was mine. So I'm not sure where it ended up. I'm gonna laugh if it's just like in the car somewhere.
is that they should have much
I also ordered AirPods 4 with ANC. Those definitely look.
aluminum, like a new recycled.
Okay, he found it. Yeah, it's the black one, and it has 2 USB-C ports and 1 USB-A port. Okay. That mystery is solved. It's just what I expected. It's my bad. My mistake. Yeah, the battery's not charging. I was editing. I started editing the video on my MacBook, and it was at 36%. It was at 37%. Now it's at 36%. And I'm not even live streaming, I'm just editing the footage off of it. So that's why I'm glad I didn't start the stream from the MacBook, because that would have ended poorly. It was in the wall. Dang it, man. I don't know how I missed that. I'm usually really good at getting everything. Well, iMac Pro got a nice little workout, at least. You were looking for a white brick. Yeah, maybe my wife was too, because she was doing a lot of the packing. Yeah. I'm surprised I missed it. I've never forgotten a charger before, honestly. That was a first. That's the downside when you travel with one charge brick, is that when you lose it, now you've lost all your chargers. Oh boy.
Off on the side.
Off, on, off, on. It does happen. Boy, the iMac Pro is screaming right now.
A 5G.
5G, 5G. Well, it's definitely the furthest that charge brick has ever been for me. That's for sure. I'll drive back really quick.
That kind of
Can't wait for 6G. Exactly. That's when we'll get 2% faster speeds and 80% worse battery life. Thank God for 6G.
Apple D.
I'm sorry. I know most of the people voting are saying do separate videos.
That can capture and then couple that.
But I just feel like a defeatist. I feel like I'm giving up if I don't do like a full event recap. All right, we got to meet up at Garden of the Gods. Sounds good. We'll have to. There's no other choice. Yep, 35%. My MacBook is still losing battery, even plugged in now, because I don't have a charge brick fast enough. Boy. Yep, this is one of those situations. It would have been nice to would have kept my original MacBook charge brick, even though I never used it. I always charged it via Type-C. I guess backups are for situations like this, but if we're playing the regret game, I could have just packed the charge brick. And if I would have brought it home, it wouldn't have mattered.
For the everyday.
I don't know. I usually do complete event recaps, but it's worth trying new things. I guess maybe it makes sense to mix it up a little bit. Do a video on just the new iPhones, and then do a video on maybe just the Maybe I don't need to do a whole video just on this Apple Watch, but I might bunch in the Apple Watch and AirPods. Wearables. Here's all the changes with Apple's wearables. Just keep it simple. I might do that. Just got to be cautious with my battery here. Had I have known I forgot the charge brick, I would have plugged this in last night. The gimbals are from Moment. I'm assuming that has something to do with the email that you just received. All the iPhone gimbals they were showing. Okay. I'm just cutting out the fat at the moment in case anyone's wondering. It's just a lot of chopping up a timeline. Oh, it's an ad. Gotcha. Jamo waffle sponge. What a fun thing to say. Don't you miss the days where channels had like creative names? Like Techno Waffle. Now everyone just uses their name. It's boring.
It's still a worse app.
There's probably a lot of answers to the questions I have in this video on Twitter, but I've been so busy filming and editing and researching that I haven't had time to look. What do I say every time? Sorry, there's a delay, I'm sure. I've mentioned 5 things. Why does Chrome keep wanting to become an administrator? That's sketchy. I keep getting this pop-up on my Mac that's like, Google wants to control you. And I keep going, fine, I guess. Whatever. Oh, about your username. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's that good. I'm complimenting you.
So all this over.
All right. I realize this is kind of boring because I can't show my screen, so I might just wrap up the stream here.
All of the biggest, most. But then moving on, let's talk about. Which, okay, they technically just add USB-C to AirPods. They glossed over it so absurdly fast, and they dropped some.
61%, so you do separate. Okay.
With AirPods Max. But then moving on, let's talk about Apple kind of dropping the ball a little bit with out there for people who want the latest and greatest.
All right. So we just call it there, folks. I mean, it was a 5-hour stream. I know it could have been longer, but I got to start editing this, and you're not going to be able to see it or hear it very well. And you know, I'm sure there's other channels you can watch that have already got videos up. So if it's all okay with you, look at this, it broke. So sad. Where does that go back in? I'm probably just going to end the stream now because I'm just going to be sitting around editing. So there, I fixed it, I think. Better build quality than the real Cybertruck. But I appreciate the support. I appreciate the super chat. Y'all are far too generous, far too kind. And I'm going to get this video up as quickly as I can so that everybody who couldn't catch the stream can be filled in on all the new stuff. So thanks, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.